El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Lo Mahe, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchut Lo Mahe, Kavod Lohi Yikom Melech Yom, Hallelujah. First of all, let him on honor and praise God of Abraham, God who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, 12 making kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgression, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquity fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and a God of iniquity, just the right to see. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, talking about forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We got to stop taking things personal. We need to stop taking things personal. Because when the laws of God are expounded, right, everybody's getting cut. Everybody is getting cut. There's no one that is without iniquity or without sin. So when the law is being expounded, everybody is feeling it. You're supposed to feel it. Why? Why are you supposed to feel it? Because by you feeling or taking these laws that's being expounded to yourself, you will receive. That's called receiving correction with a heart or with a mindset to change for the better. So when these laws are being expounded on, we listen and God. In return, when we are an acknowledgement to find out or to realize where we are coming up short at with God, then I will look towards my brother. I will look towards the people that I call my brother or my sister, and I will be more circumspect when I offend them or being offensive to them. Now I can watch my actions and I can watch my words that I use and what I say and what I do so that I don't offend you. Because that's what these laws and these commandments and these statutes is all about. These laws teaches me to consider my neighbor. These laws teaches me and shows me how to love my neighbor. These laws teaches me how to love my neighbor like I love myself. Which means what I like done for myself, I will do to you. What I like for myself, I would like for you. What I don't like for myself, I'm not going to do it to you. We have a hard problem understanding these things because the one thing that we allow to get above us or the best of us is our emotions. Our emotions. And God already told us and showed us how to channel our emotions. He said, love God with all your heart, soul, and might. He said, love God with all your heart, soul, and might, which means nothing is above God. Children is not above God. Okay? I am not above God. Your parents is not above God. Your friends, your family, nobody is above God. Nobody is above God and his laws, his commandments, his statutes. We got to learn to put the Creator first. The laws and the commandments of God is number one. After God's commandments and laws and statutes is your parents. It's your mother and your father. After your mother and your father is you. It's you. And then it trickles all down the line. After me is my wife. We don't understand. We don't understand. We have no understanding. All right? Listen, let's go into the law. Let's go into Leviticus chapter 10. Let's go into Leviticus chapter 10. See, we have a problem. We have a problem, number one, with ourselves. We have a problem with ourselves that we find hard to, we can't detect it. I said it's hard for us to detect the problem that is with self. And this is how we have to learn to realize that we have a problem in order to serve God. We only realize that we have a problem. The only way to fix the problem within ourselves is to serve God. But you can't fix the problem if you don't know if you're sick. You can't fix the problem if you know you need if Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. Aaron was the high priest, and because Aaron was the high priest, and his 4 sons were priests. Nadab, which means to offer willingly. Others had insight. But they open. They were able, when they was able to look at the child and see the future of the child and what the child was going to become. Nadab means to offer willingly. What does it mean to offer willingly? To offer willingly means of your own free will. That's the only way that God will accept anything from you. It's of your own free will. Okay? If you have to be forced, or if there's a reason why you're doing something, and if it wasn't because of that reason, you wouldn't have been doing it. God don't accept things like that. You have to be doing this of your own free will. You have to have the desire and the determination of God to serve God in order for God to accept this from your hands. So, and also the one thing that we need is time. Time in. I've been doing this and this and this and this for all my life. And I have not slipped off to the left or to the right. That person will hold more grounds than the person that's been going and coming with God. That person will hold more grounds than the person that's been fluctuating with God, shifting back and forth. Now you see me, now you don't. Because according from what I read, when you shift back and forth between good and evil, between righteousness and wickedness, the Creator said, when I turn from my righteousness to do wickedness, everything that I've done in my past will be forgotten. It's not accepted. It's not accepted. We got to have a clean slate with God. Time engraved with God. I have all my life, I've been pushing for this and doing this, and I have not slipped off. I have not slid off. God recognizes that, man. God recognizes that. But you have people that got 6 months, 3 months, and they want to talk junk. You need to be quiet. You just started. You just started. And this is the reason why you started. It didn't have to happen. This person, they need a reason to start. He started and never stopped. So who do you think hold more ground for God, man? This is why we need to stop and be careful with our mouths. Slow down. Humble yourself. Bethink yourself. And be truthful with yourself. We ain't truthful with ourselves. I said we are not truthful with ourselves. And that's the only way you're going to get the wound. I'm truthful with myself. Tom Sheep.
And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron.
The sons of Aaron.
Took either of them his censer and put fire therein.
Took either of them his censer. The censer was like a plate, like a pan, right? Took either of them his censer and did what?
And put fire therein.
They put fire inside the censer.
And put incense thereon.
They put incense thereon.
Offered strange fire.
And offered strange fire before God. The word for instance, pitoret. During the sacrifice, during offerings. You didn't read nowhere where a people burn incense of their own will in their houses. Incense was only burnt during sacrifices. Okay? So you're going to hold where you at. I'm going to go. See, this is why we need to use the book. We need to use the book to justify what you are saying, to justify what you are speaking, to correct, because the book backs up the book. The book backs itself up. So now what I said was that incense was only burnt during sacrifices. So now we're going to go to Isaiah 66. I want the reader to stay where he's at. All right? It does say the Lord. The heavens is my throne. The word for throne is kis-e. Kis-e means my seat of honor. You hear that? What God speaks such authority. That's the creator of heaven and earth. He said the heavens is my seat of honor. He said the throne is my step. That's what he called the throne. He said the heavens and the heavens of heavens, the heavens and the heavens of heavens cannot contain thee. Can't contain my God. He said he's the God of the spirits of all flesh. And the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me? They came upon a time in history where there was a man named King David who thought upon the name of God, who thought upon the name of God, who thought upon the honor and the glorification of God. And because he thought about the name of God, he had in mind to build a house for God. So King Solomon in his prayer said, basically, he said, I know this house can't contain you. He said, I know you can't, but it's just the thought. It's just the thought that counts. When you have children, and out of all your children, one thought about something that nobody else thought of. I said, one person thought about something that no one else thought of. The parent gonna have an eye towards that child because that child was the only one that thought, or it came to that child's mind, and that's why King David stood out before God. I said, this is why King David stood out before God. Right? God. I wish God sent me a prophet to tell me, thou shalt not die. Which means it's a difference. It's a difference between the death of the righteous and the death of the wicked. Because we all gotta die. But King David asked God to bring the brothers in the now and said that's metaphoric. So what? That's not metaphoric. So where is our reward? Huh? Because I read in the Psalms where God said there is a reward for the righteous. There is a reward for the righteous that got the determination to serve God and keep his laws and his commandments. Where is the reward? If we live this life, this holy and righteous life, to later on down the years to die. I suffered. I went through pain and hardship, but the thing that stood out was I had the determination to serve God, and I pushed for God all my life, and I sacrificed for God all my life. Where's the reward? I said, where's the reward at? It's not here. He said, and where is the place of my rest? He said, for all those things had my hand made, and all those things had been, saith the Lord. He said, but to this man will I look. He said, but to this man will I look. What do you mean by look? Huh? To look means aleph, bet, yod, tet, abit. Means to look, to examine, or to regard. So, to this man will I look. To this man will I examine. To this man will I regard. Which means it takes a certain type of character or qualifications for you to grab God's attention. Okay? To look means what? To direct one's attention to. You know what that means? You know what that is? To grab God's attention? Huh? Do we truly know what that is, to grab the attention of God? You can grab God's attention for righteousness, and you can grab God's attention for wickedness. For both sides, we can grab God's attention. To examine, to regard. To regard means to consider. To regard means a feeling of respect. Yeah, God said that. He said, I will have respect unto thee. In one part of the book, God said that. He said, I will have respect unto thee. But in order for God to have respect unto you, we have to respect God's laws. Huh? We have to respect all his commandments. Because if we are contrary or opposite to God, then God is going to be contrary and opposite to you. That's what contrary means. Contrary means to be opposite. Huh? That's what contrary means. To be opposite from God. And when you're opposite or contrary from God, you disagree with his laws, commandments, and statutes. I say you disagree with his laws, commandments, and statutes. And you can't pick and choose what you want to accept from what you don't want to accept. You can't choose what you want to agree with from what you don't want to agree with. Yeah, niggas gonna come up. There's laws, commandments, and statutes that you disagree with. Why? Because we have a heathenistic mentality. Huh? People that was raised in this way of life still have a heathenistic mentality, which causes you to be contrary to the Creator, which causes you to be opposite to God. That heathenistic mentality. To examine means to inspect. To inspect. Inspect means to look at someone closely. When God is inspecting you, he's trying your heart. He goes inside and he tries to range in the heart of what's inside of you. What you have in you. Right? To inspect someone in detail, to determine their nature or condition. That's deep. God tried the heart and the reins of man to see what's your nature. Your nature is what you're born with, your inborn, your characteristics, the true you, who you really are. Now, according to who you really is or who you really are will determine whether you can grab God's attention or not. A baby drew God's attention. I said a baby just coming out the oven, drew God's attention. He drew God's attention so much that God said, this child got good in him. The good that God saw in the child was the determination to serve God. But his father was evil and wicked. So therefore, God killed the child so that the father won't do what? Corrupt his own son. So God killed the child to save the child from his own father, who will and would have corrupted his son. To determine their nature or condition, right? To assess. The nature is your inherent characteristics, right? Intrinsic means for shortcomings. Belonging naturally. To assess means to evaluate. To evaluate, right? God will evaluate you. Your condition is your agreement. Your agreement, your stipulations. Your stipulations is what you give yourself by. The laws and the commandments of God, things that you won't, that lines that you won't never cross. Go ahead, Tom Sheet. No, my bad. I'm sorry. He said, for all these things have my hand made, and all those things have been, said the Lord. But to this man will I look, even to him that is what? Poor. Okay? Poor. In the Hebrew, it's Ayin Nun Yod. Ani means humble, not poor. It means humble. And when you're humble, you're modest. When you're humble, you have a low estimate of one's own importance. That's how Moses was. That's why when God turned to Moses and told Moses, listen, I need you to go to Egypt and tell Pharaoh does this and this and this. Moses turned towards God. He said, who am I? That I can go to Pharaoh and do that too. He didn't think too highly about himself. A person that thinks very highly of himself cannot serve God, because that's called pride. That's called being proud. So basically, you have to have a low estimate of one's own importance. You can brag about God. There's nothing wrong about bragging about God and his laws and his commandments. There's nothing wrong about bragging about how I do with God. I serve God. That's the only thing you can serve to brag on. It's about God and his laws. But when you start bragging and putting high estimations on other things besides God, that's called pride. That's called pride, and you can't serve God. Okay? So now, when you think about your actions, affecting the next person, you hear that? That's humbleness. When you begin to think about your actions that will affect this person, when you begin to think about your words that will affect this person, that's humbleness. You are not a person that will just do and say anything without acknowledging your surroundings, without acknowledging who's around, without acknowledging who will I affect by saying or doing. Huh? Or who will I insult by my doings and the words that come out of my mouth? Now you want me to tell you what's not an insult? Thou shalt not. That's not insult. That's me showing Israel your ways. That's me showing Israel your doings. That's me showing Israel your wicked ways. But people sit in these seats and get angry with God, get angry with you, but then it's not really me, or it's not really you. You're angry with God because these are not my laws, commandments, or statutes. Stop violating.
That's right.
Stop your violations. Then you won't get so angry and uptight. I said, stop your violation and recognize your fault with God. And you can be better with God. Oh, you're angry. No, I ain't angry. Huh? I'm not angry. Huh? That's the excitement. I'm excited. I said, I'm excited. I'm not angry. When I speak about God's law, I get excited. I get passionate. Huh? I had a woman that told me that before. She said, you're so passionate when you're speaking about God. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. That's a good thing. I'm still that same guy that gets passionate over God. Poor. He said, but to this man will I look, even to him that is poor and of a contrite spirit. Okay? A contrite spirit. What is a contrite spirit? A contrite spirit means what? Grieving means to grieve. Grieving means to feel sorry, feel sorrowful for, feel guilt for. So when you stole from that brother, you're supposed to have some type of sorrowfulness about yourself when you went and stole from that person. When you violate the laws of God, you're supposed to have some type of grieving feelings that stirs up within yourself when you violate God's commandment. When I don't watch when the sun sets, I'm supposed to grieve and feel sorrowful that I ain't gonna wash my butt. And right, the Lord wash my skin, I gotta wash my clothes, and I'm supposed to feel sorrowful when I don't wash my clothes. When I went in that package and I picked out that pinkish slab of meat, and I it, and blood bubbles started popping up, I'm supposed to grieve that I ate blood, because those things cut you off with God. Right. You grieve and you feel sorrowful when you violate the commandments of God. Right. When you pick the shell out and suck the pus. Yeah. When you remove the shell and you suck the pus of the crab and the shrimp and the lobsters, which are sea roaches and the things to clean the ocean. And that's why all the clean fishes getting what? Contaminated. The salmon, the whitings. You know why? Because you degenerates is eating all the lobsters and the crabs and the shrimps. They're supposed to clean the ocean. But we don't have garbage disposal in the ocean no more, because they're eating up all the shrimp, crabs, and lobsters that's supposed to clean the ocean. So now the good fishes with the fins and scales is getting contaminated. I said the fishes of the sea that God said we can eat are getting contaminated because nobody wants whitings and salmon no more. They want lobster, cantonese, shrimp, ta-ta. My father used to always say that. Oh, my goodness. Shrimp, ta-ta. I didn't know they had a name for that until he said it. Shoot. Contrite means to grieve or to be sorrowful for your faults, man. I have yet to get to that stage. Oh, Lord have mercy, I want to get to that stage. But guess what? You can't get to that stage just presumptuously. I said, there's stages and levels in righteousness. There is stages and levels in wickedness. The stage and level in righteousness that this person is, you don't have to be in. The stage and level in wickedness that this person is in wickedness. And if you are not keeping the laws of God, there is no way you're going to be more right than me. There's no way you're going to be more right than a person that keep God's laws. There's no way. How? Because, truly keep God's law. Not these Israelites that claim to keep the commandments of God, but they live like heathens. They eat everything. They do anything. You don't even see them on Shabbat, but they want to claim the heritage of Jacob. But they want to claim the heritage of God. Huh? You eat anything. You wear anything. Yeah. You absorb every thought that comes in your mind. Yeah. Without detecting it and correcting it. Yeah. So I'm not talking about you, because you can have heathens that don't know who God is with better ways than the Israelites. That's right. You can have heathens that don't know who God is with better ways than the Israelites. That's right. Okay, so let's get that straight. And stop looking at people and pointing the finger and pointing at yourself and correct yourself. Yeah. You can't be spitting law and talking law and you shady-faced and bald-headed. Yeah. You can't be spitting law and you go on the war with your parents. Yeah. You can't be spitting law and you eating every and anything. Yeah. I don't want to hear it from people like that. And you can't talk law with me. I can't talk law with you. Correct your ways and do better with God first. Then after you do better with God, then you look around and see the people that God said for you to honor and glorify, and go back and correct that. Then you look around and you see the neighbors that you need to correct, that you need to that you have offended. Then you correct that. Walk straight way with God. Right. Go all the way with God. Go all the way with God. A contrite heart, not keruach. Not contrite means what? Grieving and penitent for sins or shortcomings. What does penitent mean? Penitent means things of regretful pain for sins or offensive. That's how our forefathers was. I said, this shows us the characteristics of a people that God commanded us to follow after. God told us to follow these people because these people knew the way. They need the attention of God. They knew it, man. They knew it. This is why it's very important to read the book. This is why it's very important to read the book without a negative mindset. Without a negative mindset. Why I said without a negative mindset? Because people read the book with a negative mindset and they start to criticize what God said. Then they start to criticize what God said. You can't get it like that. You're not going to get the understanding of God like that. You're not going to get it like that, man. See, when you come to serve this God, come to serve this God in simplicity of heart. Simplicity of heart means clear out your background, database. I said clear the database. Remove the chip with all these profane, defiled information that you had stored, so that when I read this book, I do not compare my past with what I'm reading. So that I don't compare my past with what I'm reading. Okay? That's what I do. People hold And but I still believe in this. So I hold on to that. And I hold on to this. You can't serve God. And you only hear that person will only be here for a matter of time.
That's right.
A matter of time. People like that go old.
Right.
I said people like that go old. Okay? You gotta have regretful pain for your sins and offenses that we do against God and against each other. And against each other. I'm supposed to feel sorry when I offend you. I'm supposed to feel sorry when I say things to offend you, or when I do things to offend you. And when it's made known, I said, well, brother, sister, I am sorry that I offended you with my doings or with my words. I apologize truly. I truly apologize, and it would never be done again or said again. Because that was not my intentions. That was not my intentions to offend you. That was not my intentions to hurt you. People like that can serve God. Because that's called acknowledgement. It's called acknowledgement. See, when you're teaching to a mass of people, we need to choose our words wisely. It may hurt that one, or make that person feel away or out of place. I don't want nobody to feel out of place. I'm not going to point and direct that Israel is a black nation. So when you have Puerto Ricans, Chinese, Japanese people in the camp, feel out of place and strange. No, we're all God's people. I said we all are God's people because this is not a black nation.
Yeah.
Stop teaching the people that this is a black nation. We had it at one time. Yeah. And God only was directed towards Israel.
Right.
That's why he commanded us to kill the 7 nations. Huh? Wipe out this one, that one, that one. He said, I'm the God of Israel. Because these nations that God commanded the nation of Israel to kill, they was doing some atrocities that caused God to burn on them. And God commanded us not to follow after their ways. Don't follow their customs. Don't follow their traditions. Celebrate it. If you do things that you celebrate that you are not reading in the book are not the ways of God. Those things that we are celebrating that we don't read here in the book are not God's customs, are not the practices of God, are not the traditions of God. It ain't sanctioned. It ain't valid. But we want to add on and take away from a pure and holy law. We want to add on and take away from a pure and holy customs and statutes that God came up with out of the perfection of God's mind. God is perfect. Came from God's perfect and holy laws, commandments, statutes, and the way of God.
Yeah, talk about it.
So when we sin, we're supposed to desire forgiveness from God. Forgiveness from God. And when we desire with or submit themselves to his laws, this is the only to God. Huh? If you in order to desire forgiveness, you got to submit first. There's levels. There's levels, man. So submission come first. And when you truly submit, then you're going to desire forgiveness. Then you're going to violate laws because now you're going to start feeling sorry for the things that you have done before God, that it was unlawful.
Yeah.
Huh? a broken heart. I said a broken heart and a contrite spirit will experience sorrow. That's what brings repentance. I said a broken heart and a sorrows. That's what brings repentance. Spirit is what? You're going to broke yourself. I can't break your spirit.
Yeah.
You got to break your own spirit.
Yeah.
You got to break your spirit. By acknowledging your ways is against God. By acknowledging that your ways is not compatible to God's ways. Therefore, you can detect what needs to be corrected. Therefore, you can detect what needs to be corrected. Come on, man. It said, in a contrite spirit and trembling at my word. When you hear the word of God, it instills fear. I said it instills fear in you. It instills fear in you. You become afraid. You become so afraid that you are watching yourself. He slew a man. So when these people come killing oxes and lambs and sheep to sacrifice to God, and you ain't got no high priest, you don't have a priest, you don't have a tabernacle, because all sacrifices is supposed to be bought at the entrance of the tabernacle, because it's dedicated to God. Because it's dedicated to God. It said when a woman or when a daughter has committed whoredom and she lives in her father's house, where God said to take her? At the entrance, at the door of her father's house. God, that's my daughter. She belongs to me. That's my child. Oh, I don't agree with that. Well, you don't agree with God. Go correct yourself and find yourself. You may never find yourself. God has left you. Must have left you to your own wanting ways until destruction comes. Because there is a way. I said there is a way that God has prescribed for man and woman to live.
That's right.
I have to include the woman because first I will only include the man. But the women don't submit themselves to their husbands anymore. They have chose their own ways. Now God's going to charge you with the same. And then God going to charge you. You don't think you ain't going to get charged? Yeah. Huh? To where a woman that submits herself under her husband, whatever she does, falls on him. It's only if she fully submit herself to her husband. And God ain't going to charge her. Only. God ain't going to charge her. You're going to turn towards the husband because you ain't rule your house. You didn't command your house according to the laws and the commandments of God. God didn't teach us to be takers. No. God didn't teach us to abuse women. No. I ain't never read in here when a man went upside her head. My mother said, if I gotta put my hands on her, you might as well just leave her. I ain't got no time to be beating on no woman. I'm gonna feel sorry for her. Man, to be beating on women. She said, please, can you please? I'm gonna feel sorry for her. I said, oh man, I'm gonna feel bad. I said, nah, I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna feel bad because I ain't no woman beater. I ain't no woman beater. Nowadays, not all of them. Some of them humble themselves after you beat flames out of them and you have some that will fight back. Some of them will fight you back. But that's not our look. That's not what's how things supposed to go. Man. That's not how it's supposed to go. Once I gotta put my hands on you, or it comes to that, then I'm leaving you alone. 2 words. Shalom.
I'm gone.
Peace. Peace. See you later. What is Minka? Minka is an offering. Minka is an offering. How did God show that he accepted your offering? Fire. The response of fire. How do I know that? How did I come to terms or to the understanding that Abel had received a reaction from God, but Cain didn't receive a reaction from God? Like I said, the book backs up each other. When you read in the times of King Solomon, where King Solomon sent up the prayer, at the end of King Solomon's prayer, God shows that he accepted King Solomon, and his offering. And what he said was accepted by sending down fire from heaven, and it sucked the offering. So Abel sent up an offering for God. God accepted Abel, and because he accepted Abel, he accepted his offering, and fire came down and sucked up the whole offering. Then King Solomon. Adam to God than King Solomon. Yeah. Oh yeah. You better believe it. You better believe it. These men had personal conversations with God. Adam said, "Man, I heard your voice in the garden." And he said, "I hid myself." He said, "Because I was naked." I said, "Who told you that? Who showed you and told you that information?" Because I never told you that. The one thing that would have opened your eyes towards that is if you ate from that tree that was in the midst of the garden that I done commanded you not to eat from. He said, "Did you go over there and touch that tree? You went over there and messed with that tree?" God knew he did. He said, "Man, the woman that you gave me, she gave me of the tree, and I didn't eat." He said, "Man, what has thou done?" When God said that, then man, you don't know what you done did. Huh? That statement said it all. God said, "What did you do?" Oh, Lord have mercy. What did you do? You done everything that I had set up. You done switched and turned and corrupted and turned everything around to where it was only life in the Garden of Eden. When they ate of that tree of knowledge of good and evil, they had to get out of there. The land started to stretch out. Expanded. Making room because you got to get out of here. There ain't nobody coming up in here ever again. He said, "He that burned incense as if he blessed an idol." Okay. The word for incense is lebona. Lebona means frankincense. Okay? Frankincense. And he that burned frankincense as if he blessed an idol. To bless means to speak good about, to praise, to glorify. Awen means idol, iniquity, or injustice. Now we have to be careful about what we speak good about. Because the things that you speak good about don't have to be good with God. The things that we speak good about, it don't have to be with God. But God don't have to accept it. Okay? Now, iniquity it means what? Immoral. Immoral or behavior. Iniquity is a violation of the right or duty that mankind is under obligation to do. What are your obligations? To to serve God and keep his commandments. What is immoral? Immoral means not conforming to accepted standards of morality. Accepted standards of morality, which means there's a certain type of morals or morality that is accepted by God. And if your morals are not accepted by God, what are your morals? What is morality? Morality is principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad. When you're able to tell the difference between good and bad, righteousness and wickedness. What is right according to what God said is right? What is evil according to what God said is evil? We need to be able to pinpoint it. We need to stop calling good evil and evil good.
Yeah.
We're backwards. The only way you will be able to detect that with a godly mind frame is by reading the book.
That's right.
God shows us what's good. God shows us what's good, and God reveals to us what is evil.
That's right.
And that's how we need to train ourselves. This is how we need to train ourselves. Train yourself to accept what God accepts. Train yourself to despise and hate what God despises and hates.
That's right.
I can't accept homosexuality.
Yeah.
And if God said kill him, then I accept that. Kill him. I can't accept two women together. And if God don't accept it, I can't accept it. The punishment for that is death. I can't accept these things. When you teach that God said to kill, when you teach to kill, well, I don't teach nothing. God said to kill that man.
That's right.
If he sleeps with another man.
That's right.
God said to kill that woman if she sleeps with another woman. God said to kill that daughter if she go out and she be promiscuous and have sex at her father's house. God said to kill the man and the woman if adultery is in place.
That's right.
God said that. I said, God said that. I didn't say that. Those are the judgments and the penalties for offenses of the laws of God. Judgments and penalties for the offenses when you offend God's commandments.
That's right. Talk about it.
Go back to
Leviticus chapter 10,
Leviticus chapter 10, verse what?
verse 1.
No, verse
2.
2.
And there went out a fire from the Lord and devoured them.
Uh-oh. Now, and why I went to Isaiah 66 to show you that incense was only burnt during the sacrifices, during the offerings, right? Okay, so read verse 2.
And there went out a fire from the Lord and devoured them, and they died before the Lord.
Okay, so now it said, and they offered strange fire before God. It also means to offer, right? And it also means to approach or to draw near. To approach or to draw near. You can get at a certain level in righteousness, and you get so close to God that it becomes dangerous for you. The closer you get to God, it becomes more dangerous for you. Why? Because God is watching you now. And every mistake, every error, you're going to get hit immediately, not 6 months later, not a year later. See, we people have drawn so far away from God that when we violate the laws and the commandments of God, nothing happened because he don't care about you.
That's right.
He don't care about you. So he allows you to live your life until you destroy yourself and he calls your name. So when God calls your name, what happened? You're dead.
That's right.
You're dead. I need correction immediately because I'm the same path. because I already got corrected. And in one of those corrections, you may die. You may die in one of those corrections. That don't mean God hates you. That don't mean God despises you. Huh? The Creator told Moses, he said, you ain't going nowhere to Jordan. You're not taking the nation across the Jordan. He said, because you didn't sanctify my name in the midst of the people. He said, so now you go up to Mount Nebo and die.
Yeah.
Moses begged God. And he begged him. And he begged him. And he begged him. God looked at him and said, don't ask me if there's no more. He said, don't ask me about this no more. Later on in the chapters, from the books, when you read, Moses turned towards the people and said, for your sakes, I ain't going over to the land. When you get over there, he said, you're going to turn the gods of wood and stone. You're going to turn against God. He laid it out for them. He laid it out for them, man. And what Moses said, it happened. After Moses, Joshua took over. After Joshua, the elders took over. And when the elders died off, guess what? They all turned towards their own wanton ways. They started following after idols and deities, after the manners and the customs of the people that they lived amongst. Then we went into captivity in our own land. 7 years we served Cushan-Rishathaim. Then after Cushan-Rishathaim, I forgot the other ruler that came in. All these rulers invaded the land. Eglon, not Eglon, Ehud deliverer. Eglon took over. Then the Philistines continued to, Time sheet.
Verse 3. Then Moses said unto Aaron, this is that the Lord spake, saying, I will be sanctified.
I will be sanctified in them. I will be set apart. Separate for purpose. He said, sanctify them that come nigh me.
And before all the people are glorified. Aaron held his peace.
Aaron held his peace. He said, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me. And before all the people, I will be glorified. Aaron held his peace. He ain't said nothing. Nothing to say. Because it done went down. God done killed both of his sons. He done killed both of his sons. Then he turned to Aaron and said, man, you better not cry. Don't mourn. Time sheet.
And Moses called Mishael.
So when we draw close to God, right? When we get close to God, truly get close, and we draw close to God, we gotta watch our thoughts. I gotta be more keen and take more heed to myself, because everything that I do that is contrary, God gonna visit it upon my head, which means I can't do what you do because I'm being watched. You not. I can't say what you say because I'm being watched. You not. I'm held more accountable than you are. Time sheet.
And Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan.
Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan,
the sons of Uzziel,
the
uncle of Aaron.
The uncle of Aaron.
He said unto them, come near.
Come near.
Carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp.
Wait a minute. When God sent the fire down to consume and devour the bodies of Nadab and Abihu, the fire had direct command. God gave the fire direct command. He said, don't consume and burn up their clothes. He said, just consume the body. Ain't that something? Fire from heaven came down and consumed the bodies without consuming and burning the clothes. How do I know? Because they wouldn't be able to pick them up in their clothes. They would have to pour water and distinguish the fire. Go ahead, read.
So they went near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses had said. Moses said unto Aaron and unto Eleazar.
Look what God told Moses and Aaron and Eleazar and unto Itamar.
his sons.
His sons.
Uncover not your heads.
Uncover not your heads. Those were signs of mourning. When you're mourning and you uncover your head, go ahead.
Neither rend your clothes.
When you rend your clothes, when you rip your clothes, those are signs of mourning. He said, don't uncover your head, don't rend your clothes,
lest you
I'm
die.
going to kill you.
And lest wrath come
And
upon
let
all
wrath
the
come
people.
upon all the people. So if you mourn for them, he said, I'm going to kill you, and after I kill y'all, I'm going to bring wrath upon the whole nation. God was angry. God was tight. He said, I'm going to kill all three of you if y'all mourn, which means we need to watch what we cry for.
That's right.
We need to watch what we mourn for. We can't cry for every and anybody because this person has defiled the sanctity and the holiness of God. Why do we cry for Biggie Smalls and Tupac? People that hate and despise the God of Israel.
Yeah.
I can't cry for you.
Yeah.
I can't cry for you. Because you wasn't crying when they were offending God.
True.
You wasn't crying when they was doing this and this to God by going against his laws. So now you better not cry. You wasn't crying then. When he did this, and did this. Don't cry now when I take his life. Don't cry now. Tom sheet.
But let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning with the
Say
Lord.
you want to cry? You want to mourn? Bewail the burning. Huh? Bewail the burning which the Lord had kindled. You say cry for that. Cry for the burning that God had to send down. You cry for that.
Absolutely.
Watch what you cry for. Cry for the righteous. Cry for the pious. Not for them. Tom sheet.
Ye shall not go out the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
He said, ye
lest
shall
you
not
die.
go out of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Don't leave the bounds of the temple. Read,
Lest you die.
or I'm going to kill you.
For the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you.
There's no anointing oil going around.
Where
Where is the anointing oil? So why do we have so many priests and high priests? One person looked at me and said, I am Kohen Hagadol. I'm the high priest. One person looked and said, well, I've been not anointed. I've been but you ain't no saint. There's no sanctification or no oil or no blood on the big toe. None of that stuff went down. No consecration went down. So why are we calling ourselves priests and high priests? Why? Why? Come on, man. Stop playing games with God, man.
For the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moses.
For the anointing oil was upon you, and they did according to the word of Moses.
And the Lord said unto Aaron, saying, do not drink wine, nor strong drink, thou, nor thy sons with thee.
But he said, don't drink wine, nor strong drink, thou, nor thy sons with thee.
And ye go into the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die. It shall be a statute forever throughout the generations.
You can't mix that. That's like a person coming up to teach the word of God and he drunk.
Right.
And he drunk. High and drunk. High and drunk. But you want to come up on the platform and teach the word of God. No, man. No. Tom Street.
And that ye may put a difference.
The difference between what?
Holy.
Holy, hakol, means profaneness, commonness. You know what common means? Regular. Regular, average. We cannot be like the common people. We are not common people. Serving God, we are not common people. The laws of God and fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God will not allow you to be common, because we have stipulations and regulations and boundaries that we cannot cross, that these people can do and live and cross. To do that, you, because these laws has made us special before God.
Yeah.
Huh? But the problem is, you don't look at yourself as special. Huh? You don't look at yourself as special. What caused you to be special when you fulfill the laws and the commandments of God? I have turned towards the woman. I have told the woman, hey, sister, you're the queen. Hey, queen. But we're calling these women queen, and she don't look at herself as queen. Look at her gluteus maximus all outside. I said, look at her gluteus maximus all outside. And then when she walk, she keep pulling down. There's nothing to pull down, sister. Let it hang out. Let it all hang out. You came out that way, flaunt it. Go ahead. Shameless woman. Look.
Yeah. What are you looking at your face?
That she washed her face. Well, you shouldn't have came out with half of your shorts cut off to make your rear end hang out. But these are the women we call queen. Queen.
Zion.
But she don't look at herself as queen. Princess, but she don't look at herself as princess. Godly, but you don't look at yourself as godly. In order to take on these holy and godly and righteous traits, you gotta look at yourself as godly, righteous, and holy. Just start taking on these characteristics and traits. Come see.
And that you may put a difference between holy and unholy.
Holy and unholy.
And between unclean and clean.
Unclean and clean. Where we at?
Yeah,
10?
we got 11 there.
Huh?
That
Put
was-
a difference between holy and unholy, and between unclean and the clean. When you're putting the difference between clean and the unclean, you will not buy whitings from a regular fish market that lays up next to the octopus, that lays up next to the shrimp, that lays up next to the lobster, that lays up next to fishes and crabs and things that God has abominated for you to eat. So I don't buy my fish from Yucca Avenue by come see my daddy. Some people come. Give me a Chinese name. Comes shoot by the chinks. Comes on me dad. Come them go ahead. And these same people say all types of things. Shark. Give me the salmon right there. It's right next to the shark. God said the difference between the clean and the unclean. So when you're putting the difference between the clean and the unclean, you go, but they don't sell those abominable things. Tom sheet.
Verse 11. And that ye may teach the children of Israel all the statutes which the Lord has spoken unto them by the hand of Moses. And Moses spake unto Aaron and unto Eleazar and unto Ithamar's sons that were left. Take the meat offering that remained.
Take the meat offering that was what?
That remained of
That
the offering
remained of the offering
of the Lord, without fire, and eat without leaven beside the altar.
Eat it without leaven besides the altar. Eat it without leaven besides the altar. I use the book to back up what I say. If you can't use the book to back up your information that you're speaking about, it ain't valid.
That's right.
This is why I can say with 100% authority that in order to make bread leaven, you have to knead it. The only way to make bread leaven, you have to knead it. They didn't have baking soda. They didn't have yeast. They didn't have leavening agent. They didn't have none of that stuff. Okay? In Hosea 7, it states that I'm trying to find it so I can read it for you. Because I don't want to tell you things and not show you what I'm not, and not prove to you what I'm saying in the book. Okay, these are not my words. These are not my words. These are not my sayings. In Hosea chapter 7, verse 4, he said, they are all adulterous, as an oven heated by the baker. When you're baking, preheat the oven. He said, who ceased it from raising after he had kneaded the dough until it be leavened. That's what the book says. People have a hard time accepting that. When you knead the dough, it begins the leavening process. Okay? Now, people say you can't make dough sit, because when you make the dough sit for a long period of time, leavening sets in. That's false. You know why? Another example was the time when King Saul was when the Endor made King Saul unleavened bread, but she had the dough sitting. In the Hebrew, it says that she had the dough sitting, and she plucked. You can't pluck flour. The only way to pluck the dough had to be made already. So she plucked from the dough and she baked unleavened bread. Okay? Let's go back. We're going back to Leviticus 10, verse 13. Tamshi.
And ye shall eat it in the holy place, because it is thy due, and thy sons of the sacrifice of the Lord.
Ye shall eat it in that he was supposed to do the offering at. And that's what made it strange. I said, made it strange. So Moses turned towards him and said, take that and go eat it where? In the holy place, where it's supposed to be eaten, because it's holy. It still got to be done. Tom Sheep.
And the wave breast and the heave shoulder, and ye shall eat in a clean place, thou and thy sons and thy daughters with thee. For they be thy due and thy sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifice of peace offerings of the children of Israel. The heave shoulder, wave breast, they shall bring with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before the Lord. It shall be thine and thy sons with thee by statute forever, as the Lord hath commanded. And Moses diligently sought the coat of the sin offering. And behold, it was burnt. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron, which were left alive, saying, wherefore have you not eaten the sin?
Why didn't you eat the sin offering
in the holy place?
In the holy place.
Seeing it is most holy.
Seeing that it was holy. You should have ate it there. Read.
And God hath given it to you to bear the iniquity.
God has given it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation. You see how important these offerings and these sacrifice was to God. Very, very important. Most holy. And why did God come about and start with these offerings and sacrifices? So that we can get back in favor with God. So that we can get rid of iniquities and get back in favor and gain God's attention. But now, we have no way of getting back in favor with God. There's no more peace offering. We have no way of relinquishing and making atonement for iniquities, because we don't have a high priest to transfer, to confess the sins of the nation upon the head of a scapegoat. We don't have these things no more. We don't have that, what's the word? We don't have that no more, man. Which means we are worse now than ever before. I said we are worse now than ever before.
God don't want us.
God only wants the righteous, the pious, ones that have determination to serve God. He will accept you. But you don't have those qualities. Offerings was not set up yet. The system of the offerings didn't come about until Leviticus when a high priest, when Aaron was here, years later, you don't burn no fruits on no altar. The fruits are given in the first year, the first tithe that is given, offered up to God, but it don't be burnt on the altar. You give it to the high priest, and by you giving to the high priest, you give to God. But that don't go on no altar. Right. But Abel was accepting of God, so he guided correctly. What he was falling short at, it didn't specify. Do as well. If you do good, if you prove, you will be accepted. I will exalt you. My brother said, when you violate a law, when you violate a commandment, you need to replace it and show God that you're sorry. Mm-hmm. And by you saying you're sorry and acknowledging your fault, then you're going to pick up on other laws to show, oh, Lord, all right, I did this. Oh, Most High, from now on, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. To show to show you that I'm sorrowful for this violation. I'm going to replace it with this. You're showing some type of regretfulness and sorrowfulness. Tom sheet.
Wherefore have ye not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy? God hath given it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation, to make an atonement before the Lord. Behold, the blood was not brought in within the holy place. You should have indeed eaten it in the holy place as I commanded. And Aaron said unto Moses, behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord. And such things have befallen me. And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord. And when Moses heard that, he was content.
Because Aaron spoke some wise words. God recalled it. Aaron said was wise words. He was correct. That's the high priest. That's the high priest. Certain things he gonna know because he had insight on things that God will accept and didn't. He had certain insight that Moses didn't have because he's the high priest, which means what? They all had their place. Moses had his place. Aaron had his place. When the plague went out before God, Moses didn't go to the senses and the infants to go burn before. No, he didn't do that. He said, Aaron, hurry up. The wrath has broke out. The wrath of God is out. The plague has begun. He said, go. You didn't discern that the wrath of God is out there, man.
The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto Aaron, his son, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, this is the thing which the Lord God had commanded. What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or killeth that, or that killeth it out of the camp, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
So when you go and you kill oxes and lambs, and you don't bring it where? To the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, which means all offerings was brought at the entrance, at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. So why do we have Israelites still killing lambs on Passover? Why do we have people still killing lambs on the Feast of Unleavened Bread? And then these fools want to recite prayers and so, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can decide what you want to follow from what you don't want to follow. I don't have to follow that. You follow that because that's what you ask. Listen, It's in you to do things like that. That's contrary to God, which is going to lead your mind, take your mind away. See, before you mind goes, and then the body follows after. You could be right here, but your mind is gone. Then after your mind is gone, you start making preparations with oneself to go. Yeah, right there. I'm getting out of here. I ain't gonna. I mean, I'm gone. Not me. Next thing, you start pulling everything down, rushing like somebody chasing you. Like somebody chasing you. Then turn you against you. When there's none pursuing. That's scary. That's bad, man. It's a curse, man. I said, when God turns you against yourself, you will run, and nobody is chasing you to do you anything. Someone is going to do you something, but that's only in the figmentation of your mind. I said, because God turned you against yourself. He put that in. Let's read.
To offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord. Blood shall be imputed unto that man. He had shed
blood shall be imputed to that man. You know what imputed means? The word for imputed is also yekasher. Yekasher comes from the word kashab. It means imputed also. To lay the responsibility or blame for something. You know what that is? The responsibility and the blame that God blames you. Responsibility of violation of his law. You don't want that. Come, see.
Blood shall be imputed unto that man. He has shed blood.
He has shed blood.
That man shall be cut off.
And that man shall be cut off from among his people. The word for cut off is nikrat. Nikrat. It means what? Alienate, estrange, deny, or betray. Right? Right? Now, alienate means what? To cause someone to isolate yourself. Right? To cause someone to isolate yourself in your mind. To cause someone to isolate yourself in your mind because of your evil actions against God. Because of your evil actions against God. Now you begin to isolate yourself. Now all the isolation begins here. All right, estrange means what? Turning away from someone to have no connection. That's what God did. When God turned away from you, there's no connection between you and God. There's no connection between you and God. Just like today, we are in God. So therefore, there's no connection between you. You know how? You know if you have a correct connection? Go pray to God. And God is giving you the answer. To deny. To deny means what? When one refuses to admit. When one refuses to admit the truth or the existence of God. When one refuses to admit the truth, the existence of God. You know how many people fail to acknowledge the truth that they read here, and you read it and you show them and they deny it? Or I don't accept that. They pick and choose what they want to accept when it's dealing with the laws and the commandments of God. Now, when people have these characteristics, it's because you are cut off. And the last one is betrayal. Failure to repent. Part of betrayal of God is when you fail to repent. When you fail to repent, to acknowledge your sin is betrayal to him. And God is not number one in your life. Being untrue to duty, obligations, or promise. Your duty and your obligations is to serve God and keep his commandments. That's your duty and your obligations. That's your duty and your obligations, to serve God and keep his commandments.
To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Lord. The priest shall stand
and offer them for peace offering unto God. The word for peace is shalami. Come from the word shalem, right? Means to regain the favor of God, to make reconcilement. To reconcile means to cause yourself to submit and accept what God accepts. Submit to God, accept God, to regain the favor of God, to get back in favor, to get back in good graces with God. Those opportunities, we don't have those opportunities no more. We don't have those opportunities no more.
And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savior unto the Lord.
And burn the fat for sweet savior unto God. To burn the fat, the word for burn the fat is Iniquity. It means to burn incense. It means to burn incense, right? For a sweet savior with the fat before God. Now this savior, this soothing smell, God accepts. God loves the smell of fat. Pacifies God and calms him down and soothes him. It pacifies him and it calms him down. See, Aaron knew the concoction to calm God down. Spirit. Aaron knew the concoction to stop the death angel, stop plagues. Aaron knew all those different concoctions.
And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring.
They shall no more offer what? Their sacrifices unto devils. The word for devils is Satan. You know what Satan is? The goat of Mendel. The goat of Mendel is the Baph.
Yeah.
Baphomet. You know what that is. That's the goat of Mendel. I have to say the name. People don't know what Baph is. Right. So I had to say the name so you know what I'm talking about. The same goat head with one hand up and one hand down. He got a goat head. The same dude got breasts. He's a morphodite. Pierced nipples. They had a video where a dude was doing the video and he slid down the pole and landed on the Bob's lap. Landed on the devil's lap. But they're showing it more and more on TV to get you used to seeing these things and get the children to see these things so that they can accept it. The more you see it, the more you get accustomed to seeing it, then you can accept it. You get programmed. You get programmed. Time sheet.
This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. Verse 8. And thou shalt say to them, whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers whatsoever among you.
Whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers which sojourn among you. So we had strangers that was among us that had decided to serve God. Tamshi.
The strangers which sojourn among you, that offer it a burnt offering or sacrifice,
that offer a burnt offering or sacrifice,
and bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer it unto the Lord, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the stranger that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood,
that eateth any manner of the veal, or lamb in the pan, or in the baking pan, or you're grilling it, and that meat don't look great. It has a color to it, fish, light red. It has blood in it. It has blood in it. If you're eating meat and the meat is not gray, when you get all the blood out, the meat will be gray. Right. And when you're soaking the meat and you're getting the blood out, you need to get a knife and split it in half to make sure that there's no meat in the middle, no blood in the middle. Because when you consume blood, God will set his face against you. And when God sets his face against you, you know what happens? It means to cause you to be in opposition with God by giving you your own desires, by giving you the lust of your own heart. So this is why we can't see the Lord. This is why God closes your eyes when you read the book. Okay, you only see what's in your own heart, because that's what God is giving you. The lust of your own heart. Opposition means to be against. Opposition means to be against. So to be against God, you're going to be against every law in the book. You're going to pick and choose what you ain't against, what you ain't going to be against from, and what you will follow. Tamshi.
And whatsoever man be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people.
I will set my face against that person that eat blood, and I will cut him off from his people. The word for cut off is karet. Karet. It means to kill, to cut out, to exterminate, to eliminate, to destroy.
For the life of the flesh is in the blood.
For the life of the flesh is in the blood.
And I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your soul.
God said that blood is not for you to eat and consume. He said the blood is for you to make atonement for the sins of the people. It's for the altar. It's for the sacrifice and offerings. That's what it's for. Not for us to consume and eat. You can't go to the store and buy ground beef. And from the store, it goes to the pan.
Talk about it, drama.
From the store, it goes straight to the pan and you fry it. And you tell them there's blood in it, even though it's not blood. That's the juices. That's the sauce. That's the juices.
For the soul. Verse 12.
Verse 12.
Therefore I have to the children of Israel, no soul shall eat blood.
No soul of you shall eat blood.
Neither shall any stranger that sojourn.
Neither shall any stranger that sojourn among you eat blood.
And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunted and catcheth any beast,
which hunted and catcheth any beast or fowl that may be eaten,
you shall eat it for,
because you didn't freeze it. When you take the meat and you freeze the blood to draw that blood out. But when you're hunting and you catch an animal, you can catch the animal, hit certain parts of the animal, hang them upside down, and drain all that blood out. And I'm able to eat that meat on that same day. Tamshi.
You shall even pour out the blood thereof and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh. The blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, You shall not eat the blood of no manner of flesh. For the life of all flesh is the blood. Whosoever eateth shall be cut off. And every soul that eateth it that was died of itself.
And every soul that eateth that which died of itself. What are you eating? What are you doing eating burgers? What are we doing eating burgers? If you don't know how the animal died, you shouldn't be eating burgers. Well, brother, it's Hebrew national. I don't care if it's national Hebrews. If you buy meat from the store and you don't know how the animal died, you transgress. Yeah. When we did our own killing. You have to go to a livestock and get that animal killed. Drain that blood out. Now I can eat it. I can't buy cow meat, ground beef from a regular store. I can't go to the store. Listen, man. Come on, man. He said, every soul that eateth that which died of itself. All right? Which means another animal attack. He said, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be the even. Shall he be? But if he wash them not, no bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity. Let's go to Job chapter 1. All right, before we go to Job chapter 1, let's go to Genesis 22. Got it? Got it.
And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham.
That God did tempt Abraham. That God did try Abraham. That God did examine Abraham. Why did God have to tempt Abraham? To see his choices. God tempts you to see your choices. What are you going to choose if I put this before your face? Now I want to see whether you're going to choose God over this. Whether you're going to choose God over that. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And said unto him, Abraham. And he said, behold, here am I. And he said, take now thy son. Thine only son. Isaac, whom thou lovest.
God knew he loved him. He said, go and take your son, your only son, and I know you love him. I know you love them. When you have children, you're going to. When you have a wife, you're going to love your wife. What man that have a wife and children and you don't love your children and your wife? Go ahead, read.
And he said, take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him therefore a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell thee of. God used his own children, his own child, to test his love for God. He said, I want you to take your son that you love, go to Mount Moriah and offer him up. Go kill him. Go offer him up to God. Go ahead, read. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass. And took two of his young men with him. And Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up and went up to the place of which God had told him. Then on the third day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said to him, and Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and they went both of them together. Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, my father.
He said, my father.
And he said, here am I, my son. And he said, behold, the fire and the wood.
Look, Abraham ain't felt no way.
No, he didn't. Make it clear, man.
I said, Abraham ain't felt no way.
No, he didn't.
You know why? Because Abraham had 1,000% love for God. And anything God said turn on, he turned on him. He turned on him. That's why God tested him with his son that he know he loved. To see if he go, God, I want to kill you, everybody. No.
And he bitter that with a showing Abraham.
It ain't go like that.
Go like that, man.
It don't go like that because I don't read it there.
Yeah.
You don't read it there. Leave it for what you read it at. Don't add on and don't take away. It didn't say that Abraham felt away when he was, Abraham felt away. What do you mean? I don't know nothing. Was you there? Did Abraham tell you he felt away? Wait till God used this son.
That's right.
Because if he felt any type of way, it would have been an opposite reaction, a negative reaction. We would have read about it. We would have read about it. But the determination that our forefathers had, we don't have today. That's why, listen, why do you think our forefathers were able to take their own son and throw him in the fire God, and don't feel away? I think, and they don't feel away because they had a determination to serve Momo, this fire deity, and they felt glorious. And they felt like, man, listen, man, they believed that.
They was getting paid. They get paid.
They was dumped their child in there, and he fell away. So why do you think Abraham would feel away if God gave him commandment and told him, listen, take your son, your only son, and offer him up to me? I said, go offer him up to me. Right? Go ahead.
Well, where's the lamb for a burnt offering?
Isaac asked me, he said, hey, man, he said, where's the lamb? He said, man, we going up to offer and set up a sacrifice, but I see everything else, but I don't see no lamb. You done left the ox up there with your servant, the ass up there with your servant. He said, what's going on? Go ahead.
And Abraham said, my son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which God had told them of. And Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order. Isaac his son. And laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven and said, Abraham.
Look. Isaac had 100% honor for his father.
He could have ran.
He could have ran. He had 100% honor for God. Honor for God and honor for his father because he showed no resistance. When he knew he was the sacrifice. So, you mean to tell me Isaac didn't raise up on his father to fight his father? Isaac didn't get up and say, I gotta protect myself against my father?
No. Father, crazy. He's murdering me.
My father, if he was thinking like that, my father about to murder me. No. And he fight. No, that didn't happen. Because he had total submission to his father. Whether he's wrong or right. It didn't matter in Isaac's mind. And this is how we learn how to honor our parents, by reading the book. See, we categorize and we determine what honors is according to society. According to society. And we can't allow the outsiders to intervene with your relationship with your parents. Because you will have outsiders tell you, hey, listen, man, your father hates you. Man, listen, man, your mama hates you. And then you listen to it.
You gotta get with the times.
You gotta get with the times. No, fool. That's towards the man. The woman had to honor her husband.
That's right.
The father tells the mother, first of all, your parents are heathens. They don't acknowledge God. I can't listen to my parents over God. I can't listen to my parents over God. That's why my father said his mother used to ask him and tell him to bring his children during Xmas. So my father said, listen, Mama, I can't do that. I live one way, Mama, respectfully. I live one way, I live. She understood it all.
That's right.
Then later on, she used to buy separate pots. Listen, son, she blind, she can't see. These pots I use, this one I bought for you, this is your section. She had a certain section for my father when he come up there that he could use certain pots. Because when you use a pot that was cooked in swine, what the law said, wash it and it has to be until even, it will be clean. It has to be until even, it will be clean. You gotta throw it out.
And he said, lay not thine hand. He said, lay not thine hand upon the lad.
The angel of God came down and stopped him. Hold up. Abraham. He said, lay not know that thou fearest God. You see, it was all a test to try Abraham's determination and love for God. And this is the same God then, the same God now. God used certain things in your life to prove your love for God, to prove your determination for God. Most people fold and they run. God may conjure up and stir up certain thoughts and ideas in your mind to prove your determination for God. Because these thoughts that God done conjured up in mind, it will determine whether you stay or leave. It will determine whether you stay or you leave. Most of us leave. Why? Because they call intuition. My intuition tell me that you was going to do this, and this. But these intuitions and these feelings and mindsets that have been stirred up is to determine your faithfulness with God.
Yeah.
Tom Sheep.
He said, lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do anything to him. For now I know that thou fearest God.
Now I know that you fear God.
Seeing
That you fear God.
seeing
Seeing that you ain't held your son,
only
the only son.
from me.
And
And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram, caught in the thicket by his horns, instead of his son. Abraham called the name of that place
Most High,
Yahweh. As
it has the Most High name, Yahweh. But in Amos 6, it states, or Amos chapter 5, it states that we should not mention the name of God. So when it said Yahweh, I say the Most High or God Almighty. Tamshi.
As it is said to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. Verse 15. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time. And he said, by myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, and thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed, as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, behold, Milcah, she had borne also children unto thy brother Nahor, Uz his firstborn, Uz his brother, Kemuel, the father of Aram, and Chesed, Hazo, Pildash, Idalath, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Reumah. She bare also Tebah and Gaham, Tahash, and Maacah.
Cut that. Let's go to Job chapter 1. Job chapter 1.
There was a man in the land of Uz, whose name was Job. And that one that
it said, and read it again. There was a man in the land of Uz,
whose name was Job.
Whose name was Job.
And that man was perfect.
That man was perfect, which means you can be perfect. It's not hard or difficult to be perfect. Now, when it says perfect, the Hebrew word for perfect is tamim or tama. It means whole, complete. Whole, or to be whole with God, includes ways of thinking, feelings, and actions, which means all three must be watched. You have to take heed to all three. Don't take heed to your actions, but you don't take heed to your thoughts and your feelings that stirs up within you. Yo, you shouldn't be that way. Yo, you shouldn't think that way. But I watch myself. I'm taking, no, you got to take heed of all three in order to be whole and perfect with God. Watch your thoughts, because your thoughts can lead you astray from God. Watch the feelings that stirs up within you, because those feelings that stirs up within you can detour you away from God. You gotta watch all three. Okay? Complete, meaning what? All barriers are covered. All sections. There's no openings for anything against God to enter. Nothing is left out. I said all surroundings. 360 is covered. This is why when certain things happen, we got to acknowledge and realize that this is happening because I didn't cover 360. I'm covering here. I'm covering this. I'm covering this. I'm covering this. I'm doing. But I'm not. I'm leaving this out. I done left that out. I done left this out. I done forgot about that. I done left this out over here. And that's what allows the opening. That's what allows the negativity to enter in and infiltrate. Because I'm not covering all surroundings. Now, perfect, right? Free from fault or defect. I said free from fault or defect. I could be free from fault. What I do is stop sinning presumptuously. And I'm free from fault. Okay? Or defect. Satisfying all. Now, the human race. The human is all humans. Is flawed in some type of way. In other words, blemished. When we commit iniquity, it weakens your spirit, which blocks you from God. And because we are flawed, it brings about a weak character. It brings about a weak personality, and it depletes your courage. It depletes, it makes you weak. It makes you weak. And this weakness is what causes you to break you down and not have the courage to push for God, to push for his laws, to make certain boundaries, to make sanctions, to draw lines and don't cross it. Okay? It stagnates you. And willpower to serve God. That's when people have difficulties understanding their value, their beliefs and desires, which leads to confusion about their purpose in life. Because our purpose is to serve God and keep his commandments. That's our whole purpose and duty on earth. Serve God and keep his commandments.
All is that in
Tom Sheet.
A man that was perfect and upright, and one that
man
God
was perfect and upright, and one that feared God and eschewed evil. Upright is what? God means just. And when you're just, it means to adapt. To adapt means to adjust or conform, right? To adjust or conform yourself, to change, okay? To adapt oneself to that which is lawful, okay? What is upright? Showing regard, showing interest, right? to that which is lawful. It also means conscientious. Conscientious means to have a conscience. The feeling of obligations to make right that which was done wrong. So when I have done something wrong, I have to stir my feelings up within myself to correct that. By you, I'm supposed to have a stirred up feeling within myself to correct that which was wrong. Okay? And if I see something being done that is against God,
You're going to speak up.
you got to speak up.
Moses did.
I can't stand down and allow it to just keep riding.
That's what Moses did.
Huh? Which means what? I can't side with you.
That's what Moses did.
There's no way I can side with you. Huh? Because guess what? Righteousness don't have kinsmen. Righteousness don't have friends. Righteousness don't have none of that. Righteousness stands alone. Righteousness stands alone.
Stand for good. Stand for good. Stand for good.
Tom sheet.
Verse 2. And there were born unto him 7 sons and 3 daughters.
3 daughters.
His substance also was 7,000 sheep.
7,000 sheep.
3,000 camels.
3,000 camels.
500 yoke of oxen.
500 yoke of oxen.
500 she asses.
500 sheep. You see all these? You see all this? He's rich. 7,000 sheep. So that this man was the greatest of all the men of the East. Verse 4.
And his sons went and feasted in their houses, every one his day.
Now, hold up. To eschew evil, right? Eschew evil. The word for eschew evil is shabut race, right? It means to depart from evil.
That's good.
It means to depart from evil.
Run from
It means to avoid it
Stay away
by
from
doing what is lawfully right.
Stay away from it.
Avoid it. Stay away from it. Anything you avoid, it means to repudiate. Repudiate means to refuse. Huh? To refuse to accept or be associated with it. That's deep.
Like Daniel.
I said that's
Like
deep.
Daniel
You know what associate means?
Yeah, you with your partner.
I said, you know what? To be around, to be a partner with it, to walk with you. Huh? It ain't saying I can continue walking with you if you my brother. I didn't say I can continue walking with you if you my sister. Yeah, you my brother. I love you, man, but I can't walk with you.
Right.
Yeah, you my brother. I love you. You my sister, but I can't walk with you. We live 2 opposite lives.
Let alone a nigga.
Let alone 2 opposite lives. So
Let alone niggas.
those are the ways and the customs that God is looking for. Those are the ways and the customs that Job had that caused God to draw that drew God's attention towards him. Because he watched who he associated himself with.
Israel and nigga.
He watched who he associated himself with.
Away from me. The Bible.
Not because you call on the name of God means I need to associate myself with you.
Hey.
Yeah, you know who God is, but you do things that is ungodly.
Okay.
You do things of a profane, you do profane acts.
Right.
So I can't walk with you, man. I can't be a part of this, man.
Talk about it.
Sacrifices.
Time sheet.
And his sons went and feasted in their houses, every one his day, and sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and to drink with them.
Time sheet.
And it was so, when the days of their feasting were gone about, that Job sent and sanctified them, and rose up early in the morning.
Go ahead, read. Go ahead.
According to the
Early in the
number of
morning
them
and
all.
offer burnt offerings according to the number of them all.
For Job said, it may
be
that my sons have
that
sinned
that my sons have sinned
and cursed God in their
and
heart.
cursed God in their heart.
Thus did Job continue.
Now, The word for curse, barak, to curse, uttered impious words against God. To utter impious words against God. Now, impious words mean that when you say things with no regard or reverence or respect for God, you gotta watch what you say out of your mouth, because the things that you're saying is contrary to what God says.
Right.
Well, I don't like this. Hey, you should be afraid to voice your disapproval of the laws of God. The right words to say is that, yes, because I was raised, it's hard for me to accept this. But I'm working and training myself to accept all of God's law, because you don't think God understands and knows that you don't accept all of his laws? Yeah, no. That's right. It takes work on itself. It takes work.
Yeah.
Look, the ones that was born in the way of life have to work on themselves, because you don't choose, you don't accept everything. And you was raised in the laws of God. So it says daily. It's daily work. The work never stops.
Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord.
Uh-oh.
And Satan came also among them.
Uh-oh.
The sons of God.
It says, what? The sons of God. B'nai Ha Elohim. Okay? Right? Those was angels. Those was the angels of the Lord. Came to present themselves before the Creator.
And the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou?
And Satan came amongst them. Who said there's no Satan?
Bro popped out.
There is such a thing called Satan. Right? And he only moved when God accepted and say, move. The adversary don't move if God don't say move. He's on the orders. Still on the orders. Okay? Satan means what? The adversary. The adversary means what? To be opposite. To oppose or resist. Opposing and resisting God. Which means he's opposite to God. God is godly, he's ungodly. He's everything that is ungodly. Everything that has to deal with ungodliness has to deal with the adversary.
That's the big I.
All right?
That's the big I.
Okay, so to resist means what? To withstand the forces. Don't give in to that which is unlawful. Resist these things. Tom, see?
Whence comest thou? Then
Whence
Satan
comest thou?
answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it.
From going to and fro in the earth, from walking up and down in it.
The Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant
Now,
Job?
it said, now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. It says, B'nai Ha Elohim. Right? When you look in Genesis 6, right, it says, and it came to pass when man began to multiply on the face of the earth, and the daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men. In the Hebrew, what it says, B'nai Ha Elohim.
That's done.
The same Hebrew words that's in Job chapter 1. B'nai Ha Elohim. But brother said those wasn't angels. I don't know where you get that from.
Awesome.
In Job chapter 1, it said B'nai Ha Elohim, which means the angels of God present themselves before God.
Right.
In Genesis 6, it says B'nai Ha Elohim, which means the angels of God came down in the form of men and went into the daughters of men. And that's where you had all the Nephilim. Nephilim come from the word Naphal, means the fallen ones. It means the fallen one. Tom sheet.
Talk about it.
Hast thou considered my servant Job,
You see
that
what God
there is
told
none like
God
him in
asked
the
the
earth?
adversary a question. He said, do you consider my servant Job?
Everybody, you think
Huh? The word for consider is samta. Samta means to appraise, right? To evaluate the worth of. Okay? When you're being evaluated, you're being checked out to see if you're worthy of. Okay? Eminent means to stand out. Value means what? Degree or stages of excellence, which means there is degrees and stages in righteousness. There is degrees and stages in wickedness. And your wickedness don't have to be the same as this person's wickedness. And this person's wickedness don't have to be the same as yours. You could be more wickeder than that person, or this person could be more righteous than that person, because there's degrees and stages, all according to what you do.
that's right. He had in Jehoshaphat.
All according to what you
There's
do.
another.
Your lifestyle.
That's right.
Tom, see?
Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth?
There's nothing like him in the earth.
A perfect and upright man, one that feareth God, and is truly evil.
A perfect and upright man. One that feared God and turns away from evil. See?
Then Satan answered the Lord and said, don't fear God, nor
He said, don't fear you for nothing.
has not thou
Look him up.
hast thou not made a hedge about
He
him?
said, you don't got an edge. You got a protection or a defense around them.
I mean,
He got a barrier around Job, around his kids, around everything that belonged to Job. God protected. Why? Because Job was correct and right with God. So God will protect your whole house, all because of the status you the father
talk about it.
of the father.
Talk about
Because of how the father lived his life with God, and he drew sanctity because of one righteousness. This the same way.
it. Same God then.
Same God now. Tom, she.
Hast thou not made a hedge about him and about his house and about all that he hath on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands,
Bless the work
and
of
his
his hand,
substance is increased
and
in the
his
land.
substance is increased in the land.
But put forth thine hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face.
Tom, she.
And the Lord said unto Satan, behold, all that he hath is in thy power, only upon himself put not forth thine
So
hand.
everything that he had is in your power. Right? Go ahead.
When sons were plowing,
Oxen was plowing.
asses feeding
The
beside,
ass was feeding besides.
and the Sabaeans fell
And
upon
the
them,
Sabians fell upon them
and took them away.
and took them away.
Yea, they have slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another saying, the fire of God is fallen from heaven, and hath burnt up the sheep and the servants, and consumed them. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee.
You see, they didn't blame nobody else. They said, man, God did it.
do it.
But God ain't do it. He allowed the adversary to do it. Why? Because it was all to get at one man. See, the adversary is trying to move Job to curse God by doing this and this and this and causing all these troubles and doing all this, right? So, go ahead.
While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, the Chaldeans made out 3 bands and fell upon the camels and have carried them away. Yea, and slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And behold, there came a great wind from the wilderness and smote the 4 corners of the house, and it fell upon the young men, and they are dead. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Then Job arose, rent his mantle, shaved his head, and fell down upon the ground, and worshipped, and said, naked came I out of
He
my
didn't ask
mother's
God
womb.
why. He didn't say why. He didn't question God. He accepted the punishment of God, bowed down, prostrated, and worshiped God. Go ahead.
And naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave
Need to acquire. We need to take a page out of this and start putting this to ourselves. Because then and only then we can acknowledge the power of God, that God does do it all things. The Creator do it all things. Do we really think we're gonna receive good and not evil? Huh? It ain't gonna be all good. There's gonna come a time when the evil days come about. Now God want to see how you're gonna deal with these evil days. People think God gonna touch you to see your reaction towards whatever's gonna go down in your life. Good and evil comes and goes. You have good times. You have bad times.
Talk about it.
Okay? Okay? You have good times and you have bad times.
Facts.
Go ahead.
And he said, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave and the Lord had taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. In all this, Job sinned not, nor charged God foolishly.
Time sheet.
Again, there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them to present himself before the Lord. And the Lord said unto Satan, from whence comest thou?
Where you coming from?
And Satan answered,
Look what he
the
asked.
Lord, and said, from going to
I'm
and
going
fro
to and fro on the earth.
and from walking
I'm
up.
walking up and down in it. Time sheet.
The Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered
Hast thou
servant
considered
Job,
my servant Job?
that there is none like him in the earth,
That there is none like him in the earth.
a perfect and upright
A
man,
perfect and upright man.
one that feareth God,
One that fear
and
God
escheweth evil,
and eschewed evil.
and still he holdeth fast to his integrity.
And still he holdeth fast to his integrity. You know what his integrity is? His heart, his mind, his will, his inner self. He still held strong to his inner self, his strength, the strength that he had in God. He didn't break.
What the adversary said
He didn't break. But the adversary thought he was able to break him because the normal man would break. Person under that pressure will break. And he normal. Job wasn't a normal man. Like we said, he was different. His makeup was different. See, certain of us don't have the same makeup. What will break you won't break that person. It takes something more heavier to break you. Some of us don't get broken, period, at all. Because their glory and their honor and their fear is in God. Their fear is in God. Tom sheet.
And still he holdeth fast his integrity, although thou movest me against him to destroy
He said,
him.
although you don't move me against this man to destroy him. Huh? The word for move means to incite, to instigate, to stir up, to urge forward, to provoke. You don't provoke me to move on my servant, and he didn't do nothing. Which means certain things can happen in a person's life, and they can be innocent.
Talk about it.
I said they could be innocent, but in the eyes of the mortal flesh, you look and say, look at him, he's evil. You don't know what's going on. In the eyes of mortal flesh, you look and say, man, he's condemned. But you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on because that man lived a holy and righteous life and made sanctions in his life for God. But still, God put him through it. Still, God will put you through it.
What about your life?
Tom sheet.
And Satan answered the Lord and said, skin for skin.
Skin for skin.
Yea, all that a man hath he gives for his life. But put forth thine hand now and touch his bone and his flesh, and he will curse thee to thy face. The Lord said unto Satan, behold, he is in thine hand, but save his life. So went Satan forth from the presence of the Lord, and smote Job with sore boils from the sole of his foot unto his crown. And he took him a potsherd to scrape himself withal, and he sat down among the ashes. Then said his wife unto him, doest thou still retain thine integrity? Curse God and die.
Thou still what? Maintain your integrity. curse God and die.
With the Hebrew.
And the word for curse is Badek.
That's right.
Badek don't mean curse.
That's right.
Badek means to bless.
That's right.
So she told him to bless God and die.
That's right. Just give up.
Qualel or tiqualel means to curse.
Basically, she's telling him to give up.
Give up.
Give up.
Tom she.
But he said unto her, thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaketh. What? Shall we receive good at the hand of God?
Okay.
And shall we not receive evil?
Okay.
Shall we receive good by the hand of God and don't receive evil? Huh? God just want to see how you're going to deal with the situation when the evil comes. Are you going to still maintain your integrity? Is this evil that God brought towards you is what's going to cause you to break? Huh? Huh? Tom she.
In all this did not Job sin with his lips.
Tom she.
And when Job's 3 friends heard of all this evil that was come upon them, they came every one from his own
It
place.
said when Job's 3 friends heard of all this evil that was come upon them, they came everyone from their own place. Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar. And they didn't leave Job's side until it was over.
Yeah.
Those were their friends. What Job was feeling.
So he only had 3 friends.
They felt what Job was feeling. And they stayed with him.
With him.
Fasted with him. Went through everything with him.
Shuhite and Zophar the Naamathite. But they had made an appointment together to come to mourn with him and to comfort him. And when they lift up their eyes afar off and knew him not, they lifted up their
They couldn't
voice.
even recognize him.
Wow.
When they looked at him, they couldn't recognize him. You know why? Because he had boils from the top of his head, covered his whole body to the sole of his feet. Boils popping out of his face to where you didn't even know who he was. But this is the thing. This is what he put through to show his determination for God. There was a brother that was in the hospital. He was going through it. My father went to go visit him. He was an Israelite brother. Next thing, he had the deacon, he had the priests, crosses. Baba walks in. He said, "Oh man." He said, "What are you doing?" Held his head down. Walked out. Next day, the man died. He died. He died. But God put you through certain situations to prove your determination for God, for the Creator, for His laws. Put you through it, man. That never dies. The testing, the trying, the tempting, it's going to go on until you die. God is going to continuously test us and try us. That's it. Tom she.
And they rent everyone his mantle and sprinkled dust upon their heads toward heaven. So they sat down with him upon the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and none spake a word unto him, but they saw that his grief was very great.
7 days and 7 nights, and they ain't speak nothing. Realize what Job was. So they ain't got nothing to say. What am I gonna say? How you feeling?
Are you all right?
Are you okay?
Are you
You
okay?
know how I'm feeling. You know, you see what's going on.
A presence alone.
There was nothing else to say. I just wanted to give my support. I just wanted my presence to be felt. So I sat here with you to let you know that you ain't alone. You're not alone. I'm here. Let's go to Psalm 79. Psalms chapter 79.
Leave a nigga in the hospital for dead. Hey, you can't go visit him. Go get some comfort. Just get through
Tom sheet. Got it?
Psalms chapter 79.
Uh-huh.
Oh God, the heathen are come into
The
thine
heathens are come into thine inheritance. Anytime you read, or anytime I have read where it said heathens, it always means nation. Goyim. Means the nations have come into thine inheritance. allowed the nations to invade his inheritance because of our shortcomings with God. God has allowed the nations to subject us into slavery because of our shortcomings with God. Don't hate them, hate yourself. Hate yourself and the things that you have done contrary to God. Hate that. I have no reason hating the white man.
Retard.
Why? Because we call that upon ourselves by our shortcomings with God.
Stay away from me. You think like that.
Tom She.
Oh God, the heathen come into thine inheritance. Thy holy temple have they defiled.
They defiled the holy temple.
They have laid Jerusalem.
They have laid Jerusalem on heaps.
The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls
The
of
dead
heaven.
bodies of thy servants, they took us
No
and
burial.
fed us to
burial.
scavengers and
burial.
animals and beasts.
No burial.
What do you think they was going to do to the body of Saul?
Facts. Doing dirty.
That's why they kept him
Right,
up.
Job Gilead.
For birds, ravenous birds, to come and feed on his body. But the first thing they realized, said, man, that's the king. I don't care what he did.
Run down.
He told her, that's because of his sins. Leave him right there. You crazy. I'm going to get the king. I said, I'm going to get the king. They ran up in there, right in the midst. Jabez Gilead, and took the body of the king back down and took him out and got him up out of there. And gave him a burial. Gave him a burial. Him and his son.
Gangster Jobbers.
Tom She.
The flesh of thy saints unto the beasts of the earth.
The flesh of thy saints. Wait a minute. God's saints was given to who? To the beasts of the earth to be fed on. Huh? Who said the saints of the Lord ain't gonna go through it? In these times, people look and say, well, you're in the eyes of the people, you may look and say, this man is wicked. But in the eyes of God, God has already ordained him to be a saint of God because of his lifestyle and how he lived. Okay? So we don't know how God thinks about a person.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
We don't know how God thinks about a person, man.
That's right.
We don't know that. You may condemn a person, but God don't think how you think about him. God don't think about it.
That's right.
That way.
Talk about it.
Tom, see, because we can't see the heart.
Talk about it.
We don't know the heart.
God tried to reign.
God tries the heart and the reins of man.
Right.
That's right. I don't know your heart.
That's right.
So certain things can't be said about you.
That's right.
Certain things you gotta hold it down until it's shown.
That's right.
Until it's shown. So if I never showed you this, if I never portrayed this to you, you can't voice certain things and say that that's how the person is because he never showed you this. All I did was do you good.
Yes.
All I did was open my hand to you and I accepted you. But you turned around and stabbed me with my back and said, oh, you was thinking to do this and do the other and do that. But my actions doesn't correlate. But you say match. It don't match. Tom G.
Their blood have they shed like water round about Jerusalem, and they were to bury them. We are become a reproach to
None
our
to bury them. They bodies there. Toby had to hide, snatch the dead bodies and bury them. Next thing, his own people look and say, man, look at this dude. He ain't afraid. He not afraid. And yet, look, he got took. Mother's wife, children, everybody got taken. He said, man, this and this happened to him, and he's still doing the same thing. You ain't learned. That's what his own people told him. Rats. Tom She.
We are become a reproach to our neighbors.
We are become a reproach to our neighbors. Huh? We become a reproach to your neighbors. They begin to express disapproval or disappointment in disdain and hatred. That's why you will have a certain people that hate you and despise you. That's never going to stop. If you hate God, I can hate you.
About us.
A scorn and derision to them that are round about us, which means the people that are surrounded, and the people that we are surrounded by, scorn, feeling that someone is worthless. They look at you as worthless. And before they give you the job, they give the woman the job. Before they give you a job, they look at you and scan you and see how you dress and look. Say, automatic just there. Like you gotta, yes. Derision, contemptuous, feeling or
How long, Lord, will thou be angry forever?
He said, how long, oh Lord, would thou be angry forever? Is there ever going to come a time when your anger is pacified? No, because we ain't acknowledging our fault. We don't want to stop doing our foolishness. We want to continue violation in
the way.
Violation. Presumptuous.
You
violating God.
You know you wrong.
But yet we want to ask God, why is he angry here? Why is he angry? God is angry now. He's so angry that he's so far away from us. He's so far. He said, man, I done went back to my spot. I done went back to my place until you people can acknowledge your fault.
Still ain't nothing.
Tom Sheets.
How long, Lord, wilt thou be angry? Ever? Shall thy jealousies burn like fire? Pour out thy wrath upon the heathen.
Pour out thy wrath upon the nations
that have not
known thee. He crying out. He said, listen, man, yeah, I know we violated, but we still know and follow and worship you. Call upon your name. He said, pour out your indignation and your anger upon the nations that don't know you. He said, give us a break. At least we still call upon your name and we know you. We know of you, O Lord.
And upon the kingdoms that have not called upon thy name.
The kingdom that has not called upon thy name. That still hold ground. I said, that still hold ground. Huh? Huh? God gonna deal with you differently just because of that. He said, listen, yeah, he do this, he do this, he do this. That's what that means. He said, you may do this, you may do this. But the fact remains, he called upon me. He called upon my name. Let me come out my place and get him out of there. Come on now, man. Even though I'm angry with you, come on now. He said, because I still consider the fact that this guy here still called upon my name compared to this one that don't. So let me get him out of there, man, because you ain't like them still. Even though you still envy and you still in violation, but you call upon the name of God. Stand on that. Tom Sheep.
For they have devoured Jacob.
They have devoured Jacob. They did us dirty.
And laid waste his dwelling
place.
Oh, remember not against us for iniquity.
Don't remember the things that I've done in my past. Don't remember the old stuff because I stopped doing it. I don't live that way no more. Don't remember the former iniquities.
Let thy tender mercy speedily prevent us.
Let your tender mercies prevent us. Your mercies, you know what that is? When God's tender mercies prevents you from transgression. That's the mercy of God. That's right. Tom C.
For we are brought very low. Verse 9. Help us, O God of our salvation, for the glory of thy name, and deliver us, and purge away our sins.
Help us, O God of our salvation, for the glory of thy name. Not for our glory, but for God's glory. You put God up there first. Oh Lord, deliver me out the hands of thy people for the glory of your name. Let not man prevail against thee. Put you, because you don't mean nothing. Put God in front. That's going to bring them out. So, Lord God, these people is condemning and discrediting your name. Like you didn't deliver the nation of Israel out of Egypt. Like you did not. Like thou hast not split the Red Sea. Those are strong words. And you ask God for your help and put God in front. He going to come out. He going to come out. Look, there was a guy that was locked up. and he ain't righteous and pious.
Talk about it.
Went down. Look. I ain't gonna say what he got locked up for. And he was going in. So he said, listen. He said, I serve the God that split the Red Sea. That parted the Red Sea. The judge, the DA, everybody laughed.
They laugh.
The next day, the man was out.
Yeah.
Anytime you put God in front, he gonna show out. You
Right.
don't put him. You don't put the Creator in front. You say certain things like that.
Yeah.
Come see.
Yeah.
Deliver us and purge away our sins. For thy
Deliver
name's
us and
sake.
purge away our sins for thy name's sake. Come see.
Wherefore should the heathen say, where is their God?
To the heathens, he said, why the heathens? He said, the heathens gonna look. In fact, he said, where is their God? They're gonna start talking. Come see.
Let them be known among the heathen
He
in
said,
our
let them
sight.
be known among the heathens in our sight.
By the
By the
revenge,
revenge of the blood of thy servants which is shed. Come see.
let the signing of the prisoner come before thee, according to the greatness of thy power. Preserve thou those that are appointed to die.
Preserve now those that are appointed to die. We are gonna die. It ain't talking about the bodies, because the bodies gotta return to dust.
Yeah, the worms eat it.
Huh? So what is God preserving? Your spirit. He said, preserve the spirit. That is appointed to die. Tom, see?
And render unto our neighbors sevenfold unto their bosom their reproach wherewith they have reproached thee, O Lord.
Call them their neighbors.
Right, they live.
Yeah.
Because they live close by.
Close to them. That's right. That's right.
We live close by.
That's right.
So they are our neighbors.
That's right.
Because we're close by to them.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
So we, thy people, and sheep of thy pasture, will give thanks, will give thee thanks forever. We will show forth thy praise to all generations.
Go to Ruth chapter 1. Got it?
Now it came to pass in the days when the judges ruled that there was a famine in the land. And a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons. The name of the man was Elimelech. The name of the wife, Naomi. The name of his 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. And they came into the country of Moab and continued there. And Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left and her 2 sons.
Elimelech died, right? Naomi's husband, and she was left with her 2 sons. Tom, she.
And they took them wives of the woman of Moab.
2 sons took wives of the woman of Moab.
The name of the one was Orpah. The name of the other was
Ruth.
They dwelled there about 10 years.
10 years. Read.
And Mahlon and Chilion died also, both of them. And the woman was left of her 2 sons.
The husband died. Naomi's husband died, Elimelech. Then Naomi's 2 sons went and got married. And the 2 sons died. So now what's left? Naomi, Ruth, and Orpah. All their husbands died.
The woman was left of her 2 sons and her husband. And she arose with her daughters-in-law that she might return from the country of Moab. But she had heard in the country of Moab how that the Lord had visited his people in giving them bread.
Because there was a famine. So this spot here that they're going to, where they can get food at. So Naomi is going. Her 2 daughter-in-laws, they're not running off because that wasn't the custom of our people. Because the daughter-in-law treated the mother-in-law as their mother, like their mother. If I get married to a woman, I have to respect that woman's mother and father as my mother and father. Your mother-in-law and your father-in-law get the respect as your direct parents. Come see. But those customs has evaporated. And then you will see where a man will be against his father-in-law or his mother-in-law or his wife will like, man, I don't like his mother. Or I don't like this. Those are not good ways. Tom, see?
Wherefore she went forth out of the place where she was, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her. And they went on the way to return unto the land of Judah.
Tom, see?
And Naomi said unto her 2 daughters-in-law, go, return each to her mother's house.
Look what Naomi said. She said, go and return each to her mother's house. She said, listen, man. Or Ruth, go back to your mother's house. Man. She wasn't selfish.
Right.
She wasn't selfish. You can't serve God being selfish. I always gotta consider the other person before yourself. I gotta consider how they feel according to what's going on. Not how I feel, how I feel out. How you feel. How this person feels. And if I'm not selfish and I'm always considering how the other person feels, then you will watch your actions and the things that you say out of your mouth. And God's law being selfish. Right. Tom, see?
The Lord deal kindly with you as he hath dealt with the dead.
Kindly with you as he hath dealt with the dead and with me, Tom, see?
The Lord grant you that you may find rest.
The Lord granted her that you may find rest.
Each of you in the house of her husband.
Each of you in the house of her husband.
Then she kissed them.
She kissed them.
They lifted up their voice
and cried.
And they said unto her, surely we will return with thee unto thy people. Naomi said, turn again, my daughters.
Turn again, my daughters.
Why will you go with me?
What is the reason? Why are you coming with me? And she's not saying, well, I need people with me or I need help. Or why you? No.
Right.
Yeah, I need help.
Yeah.
But it ain't for me to try and keep you locked down or secure you and not allow you to have the decision. Right. Let that person make the decision whether they want to stay or leave.
That's right.
I cannot make the decision for you.
That's right.
You can decide whether you want to stay and leave. And if you decide to leave, God ain't going to say you wicked.
That's right.
But if you decide to say, it will be counted to you as righteousness. Levels. That's when you consider.
Okay.
Yeah, he's considering or she's considering me. Okay. But Ruth, on the other hand, still considered her.
That's right. That's right.
The good was returned.
That's right.
The favor was returned back. Both sides. Gave her the opportunity to say and gave her the choice. Whether you want to leave, you can leave. You can stay. One left, one stayed. That shows who was better than who. Go ahead, Tom C.
And Naomi said, turn again, my daughters.
She said, turn again, my daughters.
Why will you go with me?
She said, why are you coming with me?
Are there yet any more sons in my womb that they may be your husband?
She's considering him. She said, I don't have no more sons here for you to marry. I don't have no more sons here that they could be a husband for you. She said, listen, go on to your mother's house and go live your life. Go find your man. Maybe a man will find you and want to marry you and have children and have a family. So he considered her. Go ahead.
Turn again, my daughters, go your way. I am too old to have a husband.
She said, I'm too old to have a husband.
If I should say I have hope, if I should have a husband also tonight and should also bear sons, why would ye tarry for them till they were grown?
You gonna wait till they get older? You gonna wait till they get grown? Huh? You gonna wait till I get kids? I gotta get married 9 months, then have them, then I gotta wait 20, 30 years till they get older. She said, no.
She said,
I'm too old to have a husband.
I'm too old to be chasing for a mom.
I'm too old to be chasing for a man. Exactly. That's what that means. That's exactly what that means. I'm too old for a husband. People look and say, oh, sister. He said, go on and live your life now. You've been locked down for a long while, child. You've been married for over 30 years. God.
It's crazy.
If I should say I have hope, if I should have a husband also tonight and should also bear sons, would ye tarry for them till they were grown? Would ye stay for them from having husbands? Nay, my daughters, for it grieveth me much for your sakes.
It grieveth me much
for your sake.
For your sakes. Right?
At the hand of the Lord.
I said, wait a minute. It grieveth me much for your sakes. Reminds me of King Saul. When Saul considered his son. Saul was going at it with King David, with David. He ain't the king yet, but he was anointed. He was anointed. But at that point in time, Saul was the king. And he recognized and realized that Jonathan dogged King David. There's nothing wrong with considering your son's feelings and how your son feels about certain situations. That's why he said, let not Jonathan hear about this, lest it displease him. Lest it displease him. You don't think King Saul knows that God said for the child to honor his father? Oh, honor is due to me. Yeah, I know that honor is due to you, but there ain't nothing wrong for a father to consider the child's feelings, to consider how his daughter and his son feel. It's all right, man. I know how you feel, man. I ain't gonna do that to you, son. That's righteousness. The book shows us what righteousness is.
Right. God does that to us.
God does it to us. God does it to us. A million times. A million times. He said, for it grieved for your sakes, that the hand of the Lord has gone out against me. First,
I kissed her mother.
or I kissed her mother-in-law.
But Ruth clave unto her.
But Ruth claved. Ruth joined her. She joined her.
And she said, behold, thy sister-in-law is going back unto her people and unto her gods. Return thou after thy sister-in-law.
Your sister-in-law has gone back unto her people and unto her gods. So first of all, the choice was there. I'm not going to force you against your own will. I said, I'm not going to force you against your own will. And guess what? You can't get angry because of the choices that a person makes. Why we get angry because a person made their choice? Why? If God ain't angry on the choices, why choose you? God gave everybody a choice. He even gave Adam a choice. Gave him a command and told him, don't eat from the tree that's in the midst of the garden. He said, the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. And he left them alone.
Still got a choice.
Still got a choice. God gives every man and woman a choice on what life they chose, so that God will know how to deal with you by the choices you make in life. God deals with you according to the choices you make in life. Okay, go ahead.
And Ruth said, entreat me not to leave thee or to return from following after thee.
Oh, look what Ruth said. Ruth said, entreat me not to leave thee.
But whither thou goest, I will go.
Where you go, I'm going.
And where thou lodgest, I will lodge.
Where you lie, I'm alive.
Thy people shall be my
Your people is my people.
And thy God, my God.
And thy God, my God.
Where thou diest,
wherever you die, I'm going to die there.
And there will I be buried.
And there I'm going to be buried.
The Lord do so to me and more also, if aught but death part thee and me.
That's a person. This is a woman that is determined to serve God. This is a woman that's made her mind up. And whatever goes on between her and Naomi, she's not going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. I'm not turning away from you. Because she truly looked at her as a mother. Ruth acknowledged her and considered her. And when she made that declaration, Ruth ain't go out no more to glean or to do nothing. I mean, Naomi didn't go out to glean or to do nothing. You know, a skirt, which means she had more than one skirt on, and must long flare that she was able to come.
When she saw that she was steadfastly minded to go with her, and she left speaking unto her. So they too went until they came to Bethlehem. And it came to pass, when they were come to Bethlehem, that all the city was moved about them. And they said, is this Naomi?
The city was moved. The city was surprised to see a woman with such determination to serve God. Without a husband, without a God, she sucked strength. She sucked the strength from her husband to be able to keep going, to keep moving towards holiness and righteousness with God. These are the things that we need to learn. These are the things that we need to follow. And this is why our Father always said this. He said, listen, while I'm here, gather your strength and suck strength from me, because I'm not going to be here for long, and you're going to need this strength to keep you moving, to keep forward. Come see.
And she said unto them, call me not Naomi.
Call me not Naomi.
Call me Mara.
Mara.
For the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord had brought me home again empty. Why then call ye me Naomi, seeing the Lord had testified against me, and the Almighty hath afflicted me? So Naomi returned.
See, Mara, embittered, to be bitter. Embittered means to stir up bitter feelings. She lived her life being bitter. Her husband is not there.
Lost her son.
And once and then after she missed and lost her husband, her sons is gone. And all I have here is my daughter-in-law. Then, by the consideration and the righteousness of this woman, she put forth an option, a choice. One chose to stay, and one said, listen, I'm out of here. I'm going back to my people. That shows two different mind frames, two different trains of thoughts.
So Naomi returned, and Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, with her, which returned out of the country of Moab. And they came to Bethlehem in the beginning of barley harvest.
What verse you at? That was the end, right? Yeah. Okay. And with that, I already got what was bought. I'll say Shabbat Shalom. Next speaker, Chief MD, Chief Mikhail, man love.
Giving no praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving no respect to my brothers in Israel. Brothers and sisters, I bid you out to tell of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
At this moment in time, I will ask you all to rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or the likeness of anything,
likeness of anything,
that heaven above,
above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that's earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that take his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shall thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
Ain't it?
Thou shalt not do any work.
Thou shalt not do any work.
Thou, nor thy son,
Nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
nor
thy maidservant, nor thy cattle,
thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in the midst,
the sea and all that in the midst.
and rested the 7th day.
Hallowed.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his
nor
ass,
anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Shabu. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they moved and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, "Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die." And Moses said unto the people, "Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not." And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, "Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. But if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps to mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon." Genesis chapter 35.
And God said unto Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel and dwell there, and make there an altar unto God, that appeared unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother.
God told Jacob to make an altar. Genesis 35.
Genesis chapter 35.
You can't make altars today.
No.
You can't make anything in memorial for the dead, because people make altars. Israelites make altars for dead people now. Okay? You can't do none of these things. You can't have an altar. God took the burnt offering altar away from Israel to stop the sacrifices, because he said, what's the use of it? And you presumptuously sin it. You still turn it on. You still turn against me.
Right.
You still do what you want to do. So away with the sacrifices. So there's no altar. Nobody should have an altar in their house. Okay? You know what also is an altar? It's also called a shrine. See, that's why we don't deal with pictures, which is Muna. Anything that houses pictures, especially if those pictures contain about worship of the dead. Babylon was about worship of the dead. The Greeks, the Romans, and everybody, so on and so on, up until this day. People don't get monuments and statues until they're dead. Y'all understand that?
Right.
When someone dies, there are things that people do that we shouldn't do as Israelites. Pouring out liquor for someone. A moment of sin, pour out a little liquor. Rolling up to my doom. All of that stuff is out because it's in concert with worship of the dead. Another one, moment of silence. All of that is in worship of the dead. These things come from old ancient customs. They either worship idols, and anybody who dies winds up becoming a god. That's how it was back then. You became a god in your family. When you die, you're an elderly person in the family, right? When you die, we take an image of you that's a picture. We hang it up on the wall. That's where the idea of hanging pictures on the wall come from. But when someone dies, say great-grandpa died, his face gets put up there. And he becomes revered as a god in your family. That's why people have what they call godly anish, ancestors of your families. The first gods was their families, the elderly people in their families. This is where that practice comes from. When the Most High told Jacob or anybody else to build an altar, it had nothing to do with anybody. Okay? Today now, you can't do that. God will have to come and tell you to build an altar.
Right.
And for you to build an altar, you will have to be in an open field. Because the altar is made of unhewn stones. Unhewn stones meaning you didn't build it with a hammer, chisel, screws. Right. It was made with old boulders, big giant boulders that was pushed, picked, and set together to form an altar. And that's only a place where the animal was slaughtered.
Then Jacob said unto his household.
So they asked who had, it was living with Laban. Now, back then, the earrings and slavery. Okay? That's where earrings came from. That's why Aaron said, give me all the earrings from out of your son's ears. Why? Because you're just coming out of Egypt. Back then, whoever you was under, or an earring representing who you was. Okay? Israel. I don't want to be, I don't want to leave. I want to stay. I love my master. I love my wife. He said, take them down to the judges. It's like, that means ownership. That means I serve you for life. This earring in my ear, man. That's what earrings. That's where earrings come from. That's the meaning of earrings. Okay. That's why he told his sons, put away the strange gods that are among you. Now, a lot of times, those earrings got teraphims in it. You know what a teraphim is? Small little deities. That's right. They make them big, big like the Statue of Liberty. Then they make them real, real small like the toys. Put them against each other. All these things are called teraphims. All the gods, the strange gods that are among you, and be clean and change your garments. So they was also had to wear certain type of garment. Sometimes the master, you gonna wear what the master say. Well, that's your man back then. Was really under these people, man. I think God said, don't hate the Egyptians. Go ahead. One Israel said, yeah, man, but look what they did to us. You speaking to God when you say that. You're not speaking to me. You answering me, but you're speaking to God. I didn't say those words. I didn't tell you not to hate the Egyptian. Another thing. People look at white people and say that they're the Edomite, right? Right. But God said don't hate the Edomite. So if you look at them and you say, whoever you say is the Edomite, you're not supposed to hate them. That's right. All these are commandments. So why do you? But you can't get past it that you still need blood. You can't get hey. Ecclesiastes. These are things that cause pain. For you understand here. Okay? You're not gonna get it. It's not you didn't get it. It's not gonna filter out. That's why you can't get to the rest of the laws. There's a lot of laws in here. Tell you, don't hate your brother. Don't do it. But you throw that away because you're still eating with the blood, man.
Yeah, that's why.
That's the number one cutoff.
Yeah,
man.
talk about it, Mick.
That's the number one cutoff.
Yeah.
Right. Do you know in the world of witchcraft, in order to advance in that world, you consume blood. You eat your meat raw, rare. Especially chicken. What's up with chicken? Chicken a long time ago, right? Why they only use that chicken in those rituals? In demonic rituals. That's the number one animal. And it's the number one bird on Sunday. Yep. Just think about it.
The number one ingredient is chicken broth.
In everything.
Everything.
in everything. They put it in cookies. They put it in everything, man. Just let's think about these things. All right? Remember one thing. The birds don't have a description. They have to have 5 feathers or 2 beaks. No. The fish have fins and scales. The animals, cloven-footed, split the hoof, and chew the cud. What about the birds? God just say, yo, most of these guys are unclean. Most of the birds that were named and the ones that come after them, which is their kind, are unclean. All right? Chicken did not exist in imported in ancient Israel along with rice, along with couscous, along with a bunch of other different grains that was not prominent in Israel. It was imported from India, from China, and from the other 27 provinces. That's when the chicken went all over the place. Read anywhere in the Old Testament, you ain't going to see that they had herds of chicken. It say flocks, but it don't identify. Now, there are certain animals that exist now that didn't exist back then. There's certain plants and fruits and vegetables that didn't exist back then. That's right. There is no real proof at all that the chicken is clean. That's right. But I can show you real proof that it is unclean because it's family relative. Okay? That's right. After a certain era of time on this planet, man changed everything. That's right. Everything God says is clean, man says unclean. Everything that God says is clean, man say is unclean. You know, vice versa. So, caviar, which is any fish egg, is a delicacy and costs a lot of money, but it's unclean. Red lobsters. I heard that stuff costs a lot of money in there, but it's all us. But you a lot for a whole big giant sea roach, and people be eating that, man. Squeeze lemon on it. Yo, so people love that, man. Stink. Okay. Oh, we're gonna get to that. They like to twist everything around. Okay? And everything that's unclean costs more than the clean stuff. Don't you see? Yeah. Township.
And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto God.
Okay, look, now we're not under this guy's jurisdiction no more. Take them clothes off. Get them straight scars away from you. Come on, we going back to Bethel. He said, I will make an altar unto God who answered me in the day of my distress. When God answers you in the day of your distress, he's with you. Okay? And he didn't forget that. He didn't forget when God saved him. It was 40 years ago, but he didn't forget when God saved him. By showing that you don't forget, you show your gratitude by obeying his commandments. That's it. You don't have to do nothing else but obey his commandments, keep his commandments. Township.
Who answered me in the day of distress, and was with me in the way in which I went. And they gave unto Jacob all strange gods which were in their hands, and all their earrings which were in their ears.
See?
And Jacob
they had earrings and they had strange gods. They had terrapins, they had all kinds of crazy stuff. They're Jacob's sons. Who's there to wake them up out of it? Jacob. Brother. They had to. They had to. Now it's time to get out of it. They didn't say, okay. They didn't say, okay, we're coming out of it now. Jacob had to tell them that. Okay? Jacob had to tell them that. So come on. Jacob had to tell them. Tell them.
And they journeyed, and the terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them.
And they did not pursue.
You know what I'm
after the
saying?
sons
And
of
they
Jacob.
journey. Now the journey is a treacherous journey. You walking through all types of hoods. Put it like that. You walk into unknown territory. And when you walking through unknown territory and there's a group of y'all, what? Everybody looking. Now people open up the windows. Yo, who that? Where they come from? It's an alarming thing. Somebody might run down on you. God put the terror, his terror, on them so that for some reason when they look at them, they can't do that. They don't even know why. They don't even know why. And that's what stopped them from running down about them. They did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. Remember what happened? That's just one family. Cities. Those Canaanites, they're outnumbered badly. But God is with them. God is with Jacob, so God is with them. Mm-hmm. And so when they went through these cities, nobody pursued after them. You know why, too? He got a lot of stuff, a lot of substance. He's moving with a lot of cattle. You remember all that cattle he got from Laban, right? Laban, yeah. That's money.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? So nobody came after them, and that's how you know when you're out in the open and anybody can get at you. For some reason, they're scared. God does that. Come, she
put the dread in it.
So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, and it's Bethel. He and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar and called the place El Bethel, because there God appeared unto him when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak.
All these bodies had a nurse. They all came with nurses. They all came with meaning handmaids. Okay, Tamshi.
And God appeared unto Jacob again when he came out of Padanaram and blessed him. And God said unto him, thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name.
Look at this.
And he called his name Israel.
When Abraham, his name was Abram. At a certain time in his life, he got so far with God and close with God. God said, your name is not Abram no more, but Abraham, a father of many nations. And your wife, she got a promotion too, because she right there with you. Okay? Her name is not Sarai, it's Sarah. Okay? So now, God didn't change Isaac's name because God named Isaac. Yeah. Right or wrong? His mother and father didn't name him. Right. So there was nothing to change. Right. He told him, he said, you're going to call his name Yitzchak because his mother laughed. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And then now, with Yaakov, he said, yo, man.
Change his name. So he named all three of them.
Named all three of them. Named all three of them.
That's crazy.
Ain't that something? Those three men did not sin, man.
Yeah, I never realized that.
Okay?
Never realized that.
You know why? Because the elevation of life that they did before God by changing, and really Abraham by changing, but the rest of them keeping his commandments.
Well, they're the only ones in the cave with my people.
That's the patriarchs. He said the God of who? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Trendsetters.
Those the only three names. It said those are the ones. Father, Son, Son. See, that's why it's important for the sons to listen to the fathers. Mandatory. Because you didn't follow your father's David footsteps. You didn't do this like your one. Who was it? Daniel. He said, "Yo, because he said your father wasn't as bold and brazen as you to go and take the Lord's cups and drink out of it. Your father wouldn't have did. Nebuchadnezzar wouldn't have did that. Belshazzar, he did it. That was different because he sometimes the son come up and think. So I hear it in Israel too, right? They think they're better than their father. They get to a certain level and they start talking like they're better than their father. Look, you want to know nothing. You want to know God. the little bit you think you're doing, you wouldn't know if it wasn't for your father.
You'll never pass him.
And you will never pass him.
Never.
Stop trying to compete.
Never.
What are you doing?
Right.
You ain't in no competition. That's your strength.
You shouldn't write.
Your Abba's your strength. You said what? You shouldn't what? You shouldn't rival or compete. Period.
When they call Penina, they call Penina the rival wife.
See?
She competed.
Because she's competing. And she became like an adversary. She became like the bad guy in the story. She became the antagonist.
We didn't compete with each other.
We don't want to compete with each other.
That's right.
We strengthen each other. We correct each other. We see correcting each other.
I'm better than
And
you in this.
so look,
Right.
and if we consider each other, if I consider you, right? You consider him. He considers me.
Right.
He considers. Everybody's on that same line.
He said,
Everybody gets
he
considered.
said, we live in the nations,
That's right.
not deny each other.
Not each other.
The nations.
If anything, you was just. It told God, put it on them, not us that call upon to compete with everybody. Compete with the heathens and what they got going on now in front of God. Okay? That's the good come. But yo, want to get your problem, man. You want all these men didn't get, you think they just knew God when they came out the womb? Their father taught them about the Most High, taught them about their ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He went as far as telling them about the first sin, the great sin, Adam, and why things. Come on, man, Jethro. Look how good he was with Jethro. That was his father, their spouse's parents, their in-law. You can't be.
I am God Almighty.
Uh-oh.
Be fruitful and multiply.
You hear that? What did he say?
A nation.
What did he say? No. What name did God say to Jacob just now? I am God Almighty. I need El Shaddai. Okay? That's how he represents. That's the name that he puts out. That when you introduce yourself, you say, hey, Shalom. So my name's Chief Abraham, right? So that means I'm supposed to call you Chief Abraham, right?
Exactly. Teach.
That's all I'm saying.
Teach.
He told Jacob, I am God Almighty, be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee. You know, he didn't say keep my commandments. He already got that. It's blessing time. It's time for you to multiply into the nation now.
That's right.
Because you had Abraham, had Isaac, then Isaac had Yaakov, right? Now Yaakov got 12. Yeah. And each one of those 12 is broadened out.
A whole tribe.
Okay? Tell you.
Nation and a company of nations shall be of thee. Kings shall come out of thy loins.
The kings are going to come out of your descendants. Down the line, all the kings coming out of you guys. That's the blessing that God gave Abraham, you know. When he said, all the nations of the world are going to be blessed. Kings, not just Israel. A lot of nations came out of Abraham. Up until this day, where a lot of people from the East, they say, Abraham, they say, yes, that's my father too. Yes. He said, two.
He ain't lying.
The Israelites.
He ain't lying.
He said, that's my father too. Two means also. Meaning there's more than one child, there's more than one of us around here that's sons of white Christians. Yes.
Father Abraham.
It said Father Abraham. Yes. And this is the testament of what God says stands. No matter what people try to turn and twist around. What God says stands, even amongst the heathen. You would hear them say something that they go by. It's in this book. God's still gonna make his name ring bells, man. Come see.
I'll get the leg. And God went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he.
You see that, man? From Abraham down, when God want to speak to these guys, he comes down and speaks to them. He said when he finished speaking to them, he goes up. That means God comes from down from heaven to speak personally to these men. One part of the book is say Abraham went up into the mount to speak with God, like how Moses went up in the mount to speak with God.
And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even the pillar of stone. And he poured a drink off.
The pillar is a stone, a big giant, what we would call a bowl. So this place is special because God spoke to me here. You understand what I'm saying? Man, the stuff that was going on in their lives was monumental, man. It was big, it was epic. So I gotta leave witness, and there was no image, there was no painting, because you can't see the Lord. He didn't even make a painting of himself.
Right.
That stone, that big rock is the witness.
And Jacob called the name of the place where God spake with him.
Bethel. Now you know where that name came from, who gave it the name, how it came about. Because it's the place where God spoke to Jacob.
From Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephraim. And Raquel travailed, and she had hard labor.
Ephraim, earlier, that Naomi and them were Ephrathites.
Right.
Same spot, same place. Okay. And he said, what? Raquel travailed.
Right.
And she had hard labor. You know what hard labor is, man? You could die under that. A woman could die under hard labor. Some women have easy labor. I experienced that myself. You get with your woman, she's in pain. And guess what? A bunch of women up in there. All you hearing is hollering, man.
Yeah,
I said, yo.
it's crazy.
I left. I'm like, it's a lot of pain going on there. And somebody could die behind that. And that's the curse that was put on Eve, an old woman. She said, you're going to bring forth children in sorrow. Look. Sometimes the woman lives, the child dies. Sometimes the child lives, the woman dies. Sometimes both die. And that's part of bearing the curse from eating of that fruit of knowledge of the tree, of the tree of the knowledge of the people. That's part of it. We put in work and don't get paid. You don't get paid enough. You don't get paid enough. It's never going to be enough. Okay? Everything you put in that ground ain't coming back up. You ain't getting 100% back. It's not going to yield. And when you go to pick it, you're going to catch a thorn in the distance. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Now you got infections. Now you got disease. All this. Troubles, wars, business, all of that is because of that sin right there. That's why you got to take what's given to you. What the man said, he said, you got to play. You got give you lemons, you got to make lemonade. That's right. You can't take the lemons and throw it away. God gave you that. You're going to eat it. He said, look, man. Everybody gonna drink from this cup. This cup is the cup of drunkenness. Yeah. He said, look, and ye shall drink. I said, wow. You know what that means? No matter what you think, you gonna wind up just like everybody else. No matter what you think, you gonna drink too. Confusion. That's you know what that is? Not knowing God and his commandments. Hearing God's commandments, turning away.
That's right.
Hearing God and his commandments and saying,
not getting a full understanding.
Or the people who call upon God's name but still don't understand how to serve God.
Talk about it.
They had to get taught how they were Israelites born, but they still had to get taught how to serve the Lord. When they came out of the wilderness, they did not know God.
No.
They knew Egypt and their gods.
That's right.
This was a new thing to them.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Time sheet.
And Jacob called the name of the place where God spake with him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was a little way to come to Ephraim. And Rachel travailed, she had hard labor. And it came to pass that she was in hard labor, that the wife said unto her, fear not, thou shalt have this son also. And it came to pass as her soul was departed, for she died. He called his name Benoni.
Midwives were the ones who delivered the babies. There was no man back in the ancient world that delivered babies, even amongst the heathen. No man delivered babies. You go over there to the register, you would get killed. That's my own nakedness you trying to look at there. You a man. See how everything has changed. And that's why these guys can do perverted stuff to the woman because you ain't got no business being her doctor. That's why I tell the Isha that I used to have that job. They love that job, man. Trust me. I mean, you take care of that. Infected ones, healthy ones. Come on, man. But back in this ancient world, there were some things in the ancient world, period, wasn't done. Done now.
That wasn't a profession.
Done now.
That wasn't a profession back then.
And the doctor knew how you look.
Look, I ain't the only one. And the doctor back then, I was the only one. Back then, she only wanted me to be the only one. There was a lot more. Can't get the word for it. But everything got changed up, man.
The old woman.
Everything got changed up.
The woman is freaks too. The old woman.
Look. Gotta watch you with all that, man. Especially today, man. You go to the doctor, they'll put you to sleep.
Yeah.
All right?
It's been blown up.
People have this school. Dentists. Yes. Yeah, dentists, doctors. All right? That's why they didn't move like that. It's midwives up in there, women up in there. The man don't go in there. I go in there. That's my woman. I stay outside. It's a man child. Okay. That's what's up.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And Rachel died and was buried in the way to Ephraim, which is Bethlehem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave. That is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day.
Now, I don't want to hear nobody doing that.
That's right.
We do that to each other so much, we do it to them.
Yeah. Okay.
We put stuff on them that's not in the book. I always thought about this, man. She think that's look. They got passes from God.
They always doing that. Leah was doing that over there.
They got passes from God. God mentioned none of that. And who was crying later on in history?
From the grave.
From the grave in Ramah. That ain't metaphor. Because that's where she was buried at. And her spirit was able to see what the children of Israel was going through because they turned against God and they made her cry. Those are the children. You don't want to see your kids go through it. That's why so sad I don't want to agree with my son. I say, yo, what's wrong, son? No man or woman see their children upset. They're going to want to know what.
It bothers you.
It's going to bother
It bothers
them.
you. It's bothers you.
And it's supposed to be the same way. When they get upset, we're supposed to get upset.
That's right.
Whatever they upset at, we upset at.
That's right.
Now we on the same team. Now we won. Because that's how it's supposed to be with God. Right or wrong? That's how it's supposed to be, man.
That's right.
Look, my wife, she hates everything I like. We have a problem. You down everything I like or everything I approve of, we're not going to be together too long. You're going to have to adapt. I adapt to God. You adapt to me. The children adapt to us.
Right.
They adapt to us when we teach them about God. That's how it goes, man. Everything outside of it, we have become like them.
Yeah, you have to let well.
Time sheet.
And Israel journeyed and spread his tent beyond towards of Edar. And it came to pass when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lived with Bilhah, his father's concubine. And Israel heard it, and the sons of Yaakov were 12.
He said Israel heard it. You know, he never mentioned it. It was on his deathbed. That's why he said, by Reuben, it's unstable thou art. Remember?
Yeah.
And that's that reason why Jacob gave him that. He heard about it.
Like they
So he said, come on. He said, unstable. And
and
the first tribe to fall away from Jerusalem and start serving was Reuben. Reuben was one of the first to go. If you go into the history and read, you see they were first to go. All because of what their father did, and it was great because of who their father was and who his father was. So now it trickled down. And hey, Jacob already had said it. When he said it to him, he didn't mean him. He didn't say Reuben was going to be unstable.
the children.
Noah said Canaan. Not Ham. He hit Canaan on. Okay? It goes down the line. So you know what?
That's how God do.
And they wasn't even alive yet. And when they were born, that word that was sanctioned by God went down and it went on the mundane and the bench turned away. Look, one prophet told the guy, he said, he started crying. He said, what happened, prophet? He said, just God showed me a vision of what you're going to do in the future.
You go back.
He said, you're going to rifle the kids, Israel. You're going to set
Israel on fire.
You're going to do us dirty,
He
man.
said, man,
He
do
said,
that.
no, I could never do such a thing.
Facts.
But God showed the prophet, meaning he was Elisha, meaning this is what this guy going to do. God says it's going to be done, it's going to be done. But it was cool. He didn't know he was going to do that. It was a certain journey. When that man left the prophet and got to his master, he was a different guy. He was a different guy, different spirit. You could get a different spirit on you for good. You could get a different spirit on you for bad. Like that. Like that. Like that. Watch your actions. Watch your heart. And don't disassemble nothing in your heart. As soon as he got there, you know what he said? He said, oh, king is here. I think I'm going to kill
this thing.
And he suffocated him.
Killed them.
And after that,
Took over.
he ran down on Israel.
And ran down and did it.
But even he said, I would never do such a thing. Bracket. Where a certain spirit jump on you and don't leave. It happened to the best of them. And look, the spirit that jump on you ain't gonna be no spirit. All corrupt, polluted spirit. Okay?
The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn.
Run them off.
Simeon and Levi, Judah and Issachar, Zebulun. The son of Raquel, Joseph and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Raquel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali.
Wow.
And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher.
Personality had with her. Let's just say he couldn't have no more wives but one.
I have a nation.
Okay? I'm just saying.
But you had 4.
Okay? She had 1, 2, 4. She had 1. Leah had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, 6.
It was Raquel that had 2. The one he loved. She had the least. But look, those 2 was the ones he killed right there. Look, Benjamin, look, I already lost soul, bro. You definitely not going nowhere. I feel the same way. I got a couple of sons. I lose one. Look, I'm gonna be paranoid with the one I got. I don't want to lose this one the way I lost that one. That's natural love, man. That was natural. Come on, go there. Yeah, keep going.
And Jacob came unto Isaac, his father in Mamre, unto the sea of Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac.
Mamre. which is in Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. So they cover in the same tracks, Isaac and Abraham. Because I remember it said Abraham was sitting down by his tent in the heat. Mamre. That's the desert. Where he's at, desert area. They lived outside the city limits. They didn't live inside.
Inside the city.
The one time they did live inside, he said, look, Isaac, you gotta go. Me and you got the same amount of money.
Yeah.
You great just like me. You can't be here. You can't be here.
Like God moved them to do that.
Yeah, you can't be here.
Like God
God,
wanted them.
look, when you leave this commandment, when you do these commandments, you're gonna be holy.
Yeah,
No.
separated.
You know, you're gonna remove yourself,
Or God will.
or people gonna remove you. Either way, they gonna get away from you.
He said people will.
People gonna remove. No. Sometimes you ain't gotta do one. You stand on this, they gonna go. That's the separation. You just gotta stand on it. Stand on it, speak on it, uplift it. You had 3 people around you, you got 1 down. And then look, that one want to go, you just don't want to look back. Right? He's not talking the stuff I'm into. He's going to. And that's what you gotta do is live this. Families will separate. People will move out. People will move out. So look, I'm go over here with it because okay, go ahead, man. You're gonna get killed up in here, messing with me. You're gonna get killed up in here. Everybody who live under my roof, you gonna serve. And on Saturdays, you gonna be with me. That's right. You gonna be right here with me.
Right.
All hands in my house. The visitor, you can be not leaving early.
That's a fact. Stay at sundown.
I stay here until it's done. You gonna stay here till it's done. I'm letting you know that right now. Other than that, visit somewhere else. Family, that's what's for. That's what visit. Come and stay in your house. Right? Okay. Yo, you know how I live, right? No, I ain't got look, and you got some family members, they ain't got no problem with it. No problem. But the cousins, they stop coming because the house got changed over. Ain't no more tree coming up in here. Okay? Those foods don't come here no more. What's that? Pork rinds? You can't come in here with that.
Certain clothes.
I can't come. You might as well just go home. Makes a separation. It's going to keep them away because I got to drop what I got on and what I got on in order to come to your house. Not everybody going to do that because that's their idols. They serve it. So we get to have our separation. That's how it works. Pump it, and watch you see who stick around and who don't. Who stick around, sincerely, they got something special with it. And usually it's only one. Usually it's always only one. That's how it be. Can't look for the rest to follow through. If they're looking at you, the one that's doing it, hey, you bugging. You running with them now? You doing that now? I thought you was, yeah. Yeah. Come sheet.
In the days of Isaac were 180 years. Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his son Esau and Jacob buried him.
See that, man?
Yeah. Esau and Jacob buried him. Literally. Yeah.
We buried our
Yeah.
we buried our
That's a fact.
not the people that
Not the great things.
like them.
We
Yo,
did.
whenever you do anything like them,
Counts, bro.
it's a booster.
It counts.
And it counts. Some of these things was never done since then.
That's a fact.
Word, man. Proverbs 23. Ooh, wow, man.
Talk about it.
Yo, I know people, man.
Fire. 10 years later, go visit the graves.
I said, yeah. I said, what happened? I said, yo, you travel across seas to go to events.
Yeah.
You go to concerts.
Yeah.
You go on vacations.
Yeah.
You get on flights to go here and there.
Yeah. But when I post this picture on social media, looking for likes, attention, looking for likes and attention.
Yeah, social media make you forget who you are, man.
Really wasn't that
It makes Americans, Israelites, whoever you are, whatever you are, you're gonna forget about yourself. You're gonna be a social media person.
facts.
Proverbs chapter 23.
Talk about it.
Remove not the ancient landmarks, which thy fathers have set. Seest thou a man diligent in his business? Proverbs 23. When thou sittest to eat with a ruler.
When you sit to eat with a ruler. Now these things, it's not called mannerism. They're called the ways of righteousness. Okay? This is counsel on how to go about and behave, all right, when you're in certain situations. So it says when you sit to eat with a ruler. Now, a ruler is a king. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who really big shot, big dude. When you sit to eat with him, now see, whoever you sit and eat with, you agree with.
Talk about it.
All right, or wrong.
Okay.
Right.
Whoever you sit and eat with, you agree.
Talk about it.
Okay?
About it.
So
About it.
watch that. Okay?
On the restaurants. Got the
You
restaurants.
gotta leave that alone because you sit and eat with everybody.
Bunch of niggas.
Okay? Okay?
It's a fact.
Some of them are funny. You're sitting there with them. He said, when thou sittest to eat with a ruler, consider diligently what is before thee. Look, don't let your pride get in the way. And you sit there thinking, oh yeah, and the ruler's there, and you could talk on an equal basis with them, and you get this, because that's how people get. And you forget you sitting with someone who's over you.
Not too familiar.
You're sitting with someone who's a ruler, who has authority or power over you, right? He said, take consideration what's before you.
And put a knife to thy throat, if thou be a man given to appetite.
Look. This stuff in front of here, you can't sit there with your willpower in front of the ruler. Okay? He said you would rather kill yourself.
Not desirous of the day.
Don't be desirous of the things. Those deceitful meats coming from the ruler. That means he's deceitful. So you gotta watch it. Oh man, come on, man, sit down here with me. A lot of times it's all deceit. Okay? They want you to do something, but they're not telling you what. So they want you to sit and eat. And that's what they used to do. That's what they would do. A lot of times, you get to sit and eat with the king. He don't know that he about to die. He don't know that's his last meal. He didn't know he was going to die. Okay? His pride was so high. He said, the king said, what should I do to the man that the king will to you? He said, well, they get it with him. He thought he was going to be the one that the king put in second command. So he said, it's being that I'm thinking is mean, I like this. So he said, well, I think you should do this for the man. You should give him this. You should parade him around. You should do because that's what he wants. Not knowing it was going to Mordecai.
One that you hate.
One that you hate. You know why he hated him? He wasn't supposed to be alive. Remember Agag. Saul messed up by not taking. That's why he had a personal problem. It's in the DNA.
And then turned it into all he
said, yeah.
Yeah, follow evil spirit.
He didn't know why.
Right.
It's in the DNA. Because he wasn't supposed to be alive. that hatred still walking around.
Amalek, it's Amalek.
That's how it all started with Amalek. From Moses' time, when Amalek hit us up in the back, and you know who was in the back?
Old,
Children,
young,
old, young, the weak, sick people, slow, women. That's what they killed. I remember what Amalek did there. Hundreds of years later, God never spoke. Yeah, I want to utterly destroy them. You know what utterly means? Leave nothing alive. That's why they weren't supposed to bring nothing back. Everything was cursed. Okay? Now, how you going to bring something cursed to offer to God? God already said you don't want it. But see, when you don't obey God's commandments, getting there. Oh, that's what I'm getting at. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Like my man said, this is a Bible, right? In here it says thou shalt not steal, right? Yeah. It says thou shalt not steal in here, right? I stole the Bible. That's what's going on with Israel today. And then look, and look, in his head, he said what? He said, yeah, I had put the commandments of the Lord. That's today. Watch it, man. Yeah. Stop doing the stuff you're doing, man. Everybody, stop doing the stuff you're doing, man. Stop doing the stuff you're doing, man. Stop getting mad. Stop debating. Stop questioning. You do what God say. Thou shalt not. Plain and simple, man. Israelites is the most stubborn and hardest people in the world. Man. Yeah. Yeah, look at this one. Labor not to be rich. You know what that means, right? It says cease from thine own wisdom. You know what that means? You don't try to get rich. What 50 Cent said, get rich without trying. That's for him. Rich without trying. That means that's your whole life, trying to get rich. Yeah. To die. You ain't taking none of it with you. And all the things that you did to get rich, to die, you got to answer for. That money is left here. So it don't have no use where you going. That's as far as the money goes. He said money and wisdom, they both neck and neck. They both neck and neck. But wisdom got an edge over the money. Okay? Because it'll save you from that. Money can't. Money can get you out of jail, all types of stuff. You can buy you the best doctors, get rid of the disease. But when it's time to go and answer for sin, money can't help you. So you got people who are quitters. They say, well, look, listen, I'm going to get it all now, and then let this deal with, and I died. Okay, that's your cutoff. You think that way. But God said, labor not to be rich. Now, you got to work. You got to labor, right or wrong. You got to make money. We live in the world where nothing is free. Whatever you get, whatever resources, okay, you got to pay for it. You own a house, you got to pay a water bill. Like, yeah. You don't think they pay water bill for this building? Utilities. Am I right or wrong?
The owner of the building.
Okay, no more of that. No more discovery. Okay, you're under a system now where your labor, you work for other people who don't serve God.
Those that are under.
Okay, all right, and you get paid shekels, what they call money today, in order to survive and buy food. You ever heard about them going to buy food, going to the market?
Who they own food?
There was none of that, man. They were self-sufficient. God made those people where they didn't need nobody but God. It rained when it was supposed to rain. Okay? It got flooded. Don't try to get rich. Don't try to, man. Don't try to get rich. Don't chase it.
Chase.
Yeah, trying to get rich. No, I gotta go. I gotta take your business, take your stuff. You trying to get rich? Y'all know what I mean by trying to get rich. So when you trying to get rich, you're gonna do things against God's command.
You're gonna die trying.
And you're gonna die trying. That's how it goes. It said, labor not to be rich, cease from thine own wisdom. In the Hebrew, it said, cease from your own understanding. Meaning you can't do this, you can't follow God's commandments with your own understanding. My own understanding got to go out the window.
That's right.
My understanding is what God tells me it is.
That's right.
Whatever God said it is, that's what it is. I understand that. I agree to what God said. That's my understanding. Okay? So I can't go to my own wisdom and say, well, look, well, in my head, I think it's like this. Nah, I got whatever God said, that's what goes.
That's from hearing everybody's point of view.
So this point of view, people be point of view. Maybe it could be, look, all that stuff is loopholes.
What God says.
God don't speak in riddles within his commandments. It's thou shalt, thou shalt not.
That's it.
There's no in between, there's nothing to guess.
Look, thou set thine eyes upon that which is not.
He said, look, you striving to get rich, you put your eyes on something that ain't there. It's really not there. It's like a mirage. Okay? He said, for riches certainly make them wings. They fly away. Easy come, easy go. Don't set your heart upon that. And make your life upon that, because it can easily disappear. You know how things disappear? You lose it. Yourself lose it. It flew away. Somebody stole it. It flew away. Time sheet, verse 6.
Eat thou not the bread of him that had an evil eye.
You know, an evil eye. What is the evil eye? Okay. I'll go with everybody except you. Every time when it comes to you, I got some evil towards you. I got evil intent towards you. I always got something evil to say about this guy. I'm always mocking you. You know what mocking? When you got jokes on a person. You're trying to tease him. You're trying to put him on a. I'm always doing it, but just in this guy, I got an evil eye towards that guy. Saul had an evil eye towards David. Meaning that evilness was only conscious of David. And David, he did. Jonathan started telling, look, man, I spoke to my father, man. Ain't good, man. He talking about Mercury, man. Talking about doing the wind. Look, I'm gonna talk to him one more time. There's some arrows out. Some 3 arrows come out there. That means it's no good.
I tell
Keep it.
tell the lad to
Go yonder. Go far. You gotta go far out.
yeah.
David, that means go. Jonathan sword. But look, I can't keep being in between this with him and my father, right? Regardless of what, I'm on my father's side. Right? He died with his father. Right? He went a lot of the righteous with his father. Because he said, Samuel said, you with me. Right?
Oh.
Now, what we read, he didn't get no explanation. He stayed in his place. And that's the king. Still the king. Look, it's not my place. Certain people, it's not. You are correct. I ain't got nothing to say. Whatever you say. Okay? And that's your parents, man. They're not wrong. Well, they're wrong to everybody else. They really are. But not with you. That's when God take a look and say, oh, that's something different. Because normally, that's what you do. But God make things like that happen to see what you decide to Okay. God stirs things up. See what's going on. He ain't mean it. He just got stirred up to see your reaction. That's what it be a lot of times, don't you?
Not a desire thou is empty me.
God got an evil eye. He ain't evil, man. You see that he got evil intent. He maybe it's for you or for anybody else. You don't want nothing from him.
Nothing.
You don't want nothing from him. So look, God is going on you to sit with him, to eat with him.
Right.
No.
No. That's the guy that's going to talk about it.
No. Because after look, after you leave,
Talk about it.
right? And later on, when you get upset with you, bring it up. Talk to you.
For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he.
I think in his heart, so is he. In my head, you did it. In my head, I know Joshua did it. I know he did it. I don't know nothing. You know why I know you did it? Because in my heart, I would have done that. I think the evil, I don't have no clue. I don't have no evidence. I don't have no witnesses. I don't have your camera. I don't have your audio. But in my head, you did this. Or you was doing this. You be doing this. Because I don't let certain people, certain men. No. Because look, you already got an evil eye with this guy. And you just like him. Right now, he on the hot seat. You have no proof of this. And you're hell bent on it. All that is evil eyes, man. You did it. You would do it. You would have done it. I ain't got that even crossed my mind. But in your head it did. It crossed my mind in your head. And that's also lying. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that, right? That's also lying. In my head, you did something. I have no proof of nothing. I'm lying on you.
You wasn't even present.
I wasn't even, nobody even told me. Look, the ones that told me a lie. The ones that told me ain't even tell me the real story because they got an evil eye with the guy they telling on. I peep all of that. Wow. Yeah. No. Because I was there and I saw everything, but now this guy's not telling all the truth because he hates him. All that gotta stop.
Yeah, talk about it.
Crabs.
That's crabs in a barrel.
Crabs.
That gotta stop, man.
And lobsters.
Be real, man. Stop playing finger. We gotta start doing this, man. This is gonna help correct me. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not ready to take care of my faults. But I will point yours out immediately and say, you better hurry up and stop. Why don't you do it?
Yeah,
take your own advice.
Yeah, take your own advice.
Time sheet. He said, well, here's the thing, let's see. He said, eat, drink, said he to thee, but what?
But his heart is not with you.
He said, eat up, man, drink up, man. You good? Yeah, here, man, roll up. Watch all that. You too generous, man. You too generous. I ain't no girl. You do that with girls. What's up? You gotta watch those kind of people, man. He said, he's telling you to eat and drink, but his heart is not with you. Yo, that's dangerous. He'll set you up. To the police, a guy like that. You'll tell me eat and drink your food and you hate me. And then the vice versa. I hate you and I come eat your food.
Go over there and use.
I hate you when I'm doing in the house.
Use.
You hate me so what you doing in my house.
Facts.
Eating my food.
Facts.
Taking up space.
Facts.
Use them. Go use you.
You just showed me something about you. You don't love me.
Facts.
I love you. God would never do that to you. But you don't love me, man. Tell she.
The morsel which thou hast eaten
Shout out, bomb it up.
You're going to throw that up. And lose that sweet word. You know, this is metaphoric. I'll show you what metaphoric is. I'm a rapper. I've been rapping all my life. I know what a metaphor is. Okay? Metaphorically, the morsel that you eat, you're going to throw it up. Meaning you were going to regret you got that from him. Okay? You're going to be saying, well, I should have never took that money from him. I should have never received. That's why God said, watch, man, every gift ain't a gift.
Gift ain't a gift.
And you judges, you can't take nothing. Whatever gift you take is a bribe. See, if I'm not a judge and I get a gift, it's a gift, it's not a bribe. But if I'm a judge and you give me a gift, God calls it a bribe. It turns into a bribe once that man is a judge, because now he's going to be expected to turn the verdict in that man's favor that gave him the gift. Because I feel that he did give me what I'm obligated. So God knows that people are righteous people. He said, look, I know you're going to feel obligated because your man hit you off, do good, but he's still wrong. Don't accept no gifts now. You see that? The judges were the ones you couldn't give a gift to. You give a gift to everybody. Hey, man, I'll make this garment for you, man. You can't do that to the judge. The judge gave it on his own. Because anything that's given to them is a bribe. You know what a bribe is? Look the other way. Pay, look the other way. Pay, look the other way. Some shit.
Speak not in the ears of a fool.
Watch who you speaking to. A lot of times it works. Right. You're going to wind up having to beat them up or something. People are fools. Okay? You can tell. Once you start speaking about the Most High, you can feel the vibe. You will see all the fools. Look. They will say something. It's not for the world.
No. I'm trying to wake up the world.
It's not even for the whole families.
You don't have no
okay?
God keeps the world.
He's a fool or she's a fool. This person is not known. This person on heard it 1,000 times. Ain't interested. Leave him alone. Do not speak. He's a fool. When you speak in the ears of a fool, it's going to get you tight.
You're going to get mad.
Okay? They're going to get mad. You're going to get mad. Now we got some smoky stuff going on. It's wisdom. Why are you speaking in the ears of a fool? He ain't listening to you. He ain't listening to you. You just get scorned. Don't waste your time. You're better off speaking to your children. Drill them. God said, diligently teach your children. You're wrong. Look. You ain't wasting no energy doing that. Thank you. Look. Okay? Who was outside talking? No. They were heathens. One said, what? Go to Syria? Them heathens? I'm going to Spain. But look, God told them. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear about God. Don't waste your time. You might have to put him down. He said, well, he will despise, he will despise what? The wisdom of thy words. All that good stuff and righteousness you telling him and trying to, he's going to despise you. He's going to hate you for it because you're really stepping on his spirit.
Right.
Because everything that you're saying, he violates naturally. It's a natural reaction in any human being that sin when they hear their sin.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Everybody who's eating blood going to always have a problem with hearing. Yeah. Everybody who shaves going to have a problem.
Yeah.
Every all the females that's still wearing pants.
Yeah.
You can have a problem when you hear these things.
That's why you mad.
That's why you're mad. And I understand you're supposed to be mad. If these are righteous words and you are an unrighteous person. So we're gonna have a what? Combustion. A chemistry class.
Yeah.
Certain chemicals don't go together.
Yeah.
Remove not the
That's no. Remove not old landmarks. We didn't remove landmarks was the borders. This here landmark is a fence or pillar or bed of rocks, whatever it is. This signifies your property ends here. My property starts here. But I want more property. So nobody ain't looking, you ain't around. I'll push you 10 meters down. I'm stealing your land. That's against the law. He said, don't remove the landmark, man. And they was doing that. They come and steal your horse and your cattle. And the cowboy, they call it cattle rustler. You get shot in the cowboy days for that. You know that, right? You couldn't do that in Israel either. Everybody had their own brand. So if I was to keep it for myself, if it don't belong to me, I can't take it and keep it for myself. If it don't get back, guess what? I'm not going to use it until you get back. He told me to keep it safe. Now, unless he said, yo, man, you can use it too. You know what? Wisdom still comes to my head. I'll be like, no. Because anything could happen in my possession, and I'm responsible. I have to make that good. All this stuff is law. It's in the book. It's all in the book. You gotta read. But like I said earlier, we can't get to the other ones. We ain't got no basics here.
And enter not into the fields of the fatherless.
Enter not into the fields of the fatherless. Certain things you can't do. Certain things you give to them.
Don't take them.
The fatherless, the widow, you give to them. You don't take them. You want something for collateral? Like, nah. I take it up for collateral. Take it for widow.
That's right.
Because if you take anything, or you go on the fatherless, this guy's fatherless. Look. See, I told y'all. When we read about the fatherless, it ain't just kids.
That's a law.
All right? Because ain't no kid gonna have no field. A grown man has a field.
Talk about it. There you go.
Somebody debated me on this a long time ago. And it hit right there. Enter not into the field of the fatherless. You ain't talking about no child.
That's right.
Grown or child.
That's right.
They can be fatherless.
Right.
The child grown. If you're grown, you don't have all your fatherless. We said that. But right here it say fields. There ain't no kids having no fields. Don't go in there, because look, you go into everybody else's field. Everybody can allow you to go in their field, but the fatherless, you can't go in their field. He said, well, he the father, he got more than me. You can't go in that field. See, because we make up a lot of excuses to go into our day. You can't do that. They look. All these good some laws they violated it. They're doing stuff and moving each other around, committing adultery, stealing from each other, robbing each other. The priests have to run up out of there. They're not bringing up nothing. Ain't no food coming up there. They gotta eat. He got to go work in the fields. He got to go service himself to a man. So look, I'm teaching the Lord, you got to pay me for bread. Stuff like that was going on. Prophets for hire.
Everybody started having their own.
Everybody started
own high priest in their house.
Remember Micah? He said, man, you get a Levite, you get me a priest. Fuck it. You got a house of gods. That's what I'm telling you. And they think it was doing right. And that's today. That's today, man. It's sad, man. The man thought he was doing right. It said Micah, the man had a house of gods. You know what that means, man? Idols. He had a bunch of idols. But not just these people. He had a lot from everybody.
And saying he gonna get a Levi.
And then he said he gonna get a Levi.
Yeah.
Do you know what that means, right? For sacrifices. Judges, read Judges, you see
it was hectic.
Everything in the Lord is against. Judges was no joke. No joke. This is before we got kicked out the land.
My time.
Okay.
My time.
Time sheet.
For their Redeemer is mighty. I plead their cause with you.
Uh-oh.
For their Redeemer is mighty. He shall plead their
So
cause with you.
remove not the old landmarks and enter. That's why it's called a redeemer. And in the physical, he redeemed the children of Israel out of Egypt.
Facts. Yeah.
Okay?
Talk about it.
So in all aspects, he's the redeemer.
Oh, he's the redeemer.
He put it out and he gets that attributes. Attributes the most high God.
Now, of course,
Nobody else call these things. Don't call this thing. I don't see nowhere in here where he told anybody your day, why they. He said, I was not known by them.
Solomon is doing
He
it.
said, they didn't know me by that. And when he
Right.
said, no, and there was no vowels there. So you're saying the wrong name.
Solomon is doing it. He just said the redeemer. He just said it.
Right. Time sheet. But no. He could have said God's name right there. Earlier when it said like God, he said why did he say yo they wild they? Come on, y'all.
Common sense.
Let's get up off this hurdle and get to the next level with this. Because y'all want to trap, y'all ain't really gonna get it, man. Y'all ain't gonna get it, man.
Doom City, cut off.
Seriously, man. Cut it out, man. Stop being stubborn. We are stubborn, man. Stubborn too much, man. And what's making you stubborn is the violation.
Presumptuous.
Okay? And then now, all the violations you're doing is the cutoff violation.
Cutoff zone.
They ain't not that you pay money back
Right.
or you do. These are cutoff. The result is cutoff. Cut off mean
Yeah.
you're gonna be cut off now, here, and later.
Stop.
You get both. There's a cutting off in the physical, there's a cutting off in the spiritual.
Talk about it.
If you get cut off in the spiritual, that means you got cut off here. So it's going to be both. Anytime you get cut off, you get instruction. Apply your heart. You don't know how to listen. Listen, get that red bottle right there. I picked the blue bottle up. What is going on? Did I apply the instruction? No. We do that, man. We do that with regular stuff. We do that with God's instructions. Apply your heart means those instructions got to stay there. When you apply something on you, it's to be on you. If you're applying lotion on you, it's in your skin now. Part of you. Time sheet.
And thine ears to the words of knowledge.
Apply your heart into instruction and your ears. Apply your ears. Stop being so ready to say something. Sometimes it's good to just hear. Just listen. I would say, look, man. I would say, look, man. Don't say nothing. I'm going to say what I got to say. Don't say nothing. And you gotta do that, man. We have to see the pride. That's pride. Just that right there is a problem.
Yeah.
That's our pride. That's what that's our pride.
That's a fact.
That's our pride.
That's a fact.
You identify. See, Shama be breaking them down. He be breaking them words down, boy. And you know what I do? Do I got that characteristic in me? Yes. You can lie to yourself.
Right. That's the you didn't get that.
Have I done that before?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that I've not done. Never done. But you know what you've done over here. We're supposed to attain. Some of them we're supposed to get out. Most of them get out. Because I can't attain unless I get the dirt out. I can't clean up the place unless I get the garbage out. Every day.
Then you start fixing.
No, ma. Dump every day. I gotta dump my filth that is before God that I got, that I nurtured, that I made strong, that I'm entertained. That's what everybody's supposed to be doing in their seats, man. They be dropping some stuff, man. And words have meanings. And a lot of that stuff we got in us. One day you talking about larceny, breaking it down, broke down all of me is larceny. Word. But you can't lie down. No. Look, after that now, and I can't allow it around me. Okay?
You speak against
it. So certain I speak against it. So certain things, no. Not around me. Because I have the power to put a stop to it, not around me. Once you got the power to put a stop to something that is violation of God, you got the power to stop it. You don't have the power to do you in somebody else's house, you can't say nothing. You gotta leave that alone. You in your mama's house, you can't tell mama. It's the Sabbath, mom. You in her house. You in her house.
That's a fact.
You can't do that.
That's right.
Look. You got some people's mothers and fathers serve God. You got some that don't. Right? The honor still got to get met. It's just certain things God comes first. But the honor still got there. God never put a stipulation, you know. He said, how did I follow my love? That your days be long. That you live long. This is for you. And what they be telling you, they don't ever. I never heard a parent tell a kid anything wrong.
Reggie said, Raquel said, your son and sin may be on me.
Go.
What did I say? Go now.
So you really can't. All right. These are examples of how we are supposed to be. Okay? Don't you?
Withhold not correction from the child.
Means do not withhold correction from the child.
Okay.
Child. They're your child. The bee needs to be corrected. She needs to be corrected. They need to be scolded, rebuked, or refrained or detained. The best counselor is right here. Man that serve God.
Spare the rod.
Spare the rod, you spoil the child. I said it a couple weeks ago. All you doing is making a monster. All right? Dr. Frankenstein made Frankenstein. The first person he killed was Dr. Frankenstein. Yeah, in the novel. Frankenstein first came before the movies. It's in the novel. The original novel, as he woke up, he killed the guy that made him. Yeah. And then he went crazy throughout the village. And the villagers went after him. But he made him. You made that monster. You allowed this child to have their way, and they got used to it.
The one that said it's a lie?
Yeah, that's the one. It's a lie. Bunch of dead parts he put together. But that's metaphorically. I'm using that metaphorically speaking, that we as parents let our children get away with everything, and you laugh at it and say it's cute until they get old, and they do it to you. It ain't cute no more.
Or they do it in public.
I know somebody that's going through that right now.
You look stupid.
I know somebody that's going through that right now.
I told you, get on them.
I know somebody going through that right now. Anytime a bag of chips open, give me. On the bus, give me. On the train. Strangers. You know why? Because you can't, every time something around, you have to put something right. You know, tell them no. You have to tell them no. Put the fear of God in them. And then you won't be making a Frankenstein monster. Because they're gonna turn on you. Look, even if they don't get nifty with you, look, they're gonna get away from you. You're creating monsters. Withhold not correct. Look, we're busy correcting each other. Grown up. You know, I got beatings. I used to get light on this. So what you trying to say? Oh, but you know, I don't beat the kids because that's not the answer. That kid gonna beat you. He gonna grow up to beat you. Or she gonna grow up, you got going at their mothers, fight their mothers. You know, calling her beat on that, man. And the mother cried. The mother cried. She didn't fight up, she didn't defend herself. She stood there and got hit by her daughter and cried. You know why? Because she withheld correction from her child. She was adult. She was young, have her way.
Right.
That's the problem. We call them spoiled rotten. Now, you want to. It's time to get disciplined. Get away from you. Get away from you. And guess what's going to happen? And Rod is going to kill you. That's the push outs. You gotta go. I got to get you to turn to destroy them. That's why they didn't hearken.
That's why they leave. They don't want to honor.
They leave because they don't want to listen.
They can pull it off
They
somewhere else.
leave because they don't want. You shut up. My pride is so high. My parents, my mother, and my father can't tell me shut up. And then when I tell my son shut up, I want him to shut up. Oh, you got some pride with you.
Talk about it.
You got some pride with you. You want to do, but you don't want to get out of it. Especially playing for such a one. We are talking about time shit.
Talk about it, man.
Well, y'all beat it with the rod.
He ain't gonna die. It's all right, man. Look. What could be said? This happened to me. He said, "Did you die?" You know what that means? These don't mean nothing. You know, they be playing. They fall on the floor, right? The first thing they do is look around for pity, sympathy. When we say, no, leave him. After a while, he fall, he get back up, it's nothing. But if you cater to it, you cater to those little things, feelings, they're gonna give you the business. You get older, and you gonna be the one hurt. But guess what? It's gonna be a curse on them. All those that defy their parents, you are cursed.
That's right.
You will be cursed. You gotta give it up, man.
That's right.
Look. Even if you feel you didn't do nothing wrong. No matter how you feel, no matter what the case is, show God. I'm just gonna do what God say. That's our problem. Push all that stuff to the side and all this feeling and do what God said. That's what they did. They let themselves get distracted by their feelings and their pride. Because that's what we do. We get distracted by it. That's why we go against. We go against. You know, my feelings will turn against me. You know what my feelings, you know where those feelings come from? That feel away with righteousness.
Oh,
that's called wickedness.
that's right.
That's the wickedness that was born in, that I was born with. That's the evil. Make me feel away. Make me get emotional when I'm doing that's wrong. That's the wickedness that we were all born with. We call it emotion. Once we got an emotion, wickedness, that's your wickedness you was born with. I'm showing you how to identify now. Okay? Identify, and you can't control your spirit. Yeah. You can get your spirit used to things, and you can get you can get your spirit used to things, and you can get not used to things. It's called breaking yourself. Look. You would rather you break yourself than I break you. Nobody could break you like God can.
No.
You know your fears. Look, you don't even know your fears.
You don't even know what you're really scared of.
That's right.
He'll show you.
That's
God will
right.
show you. Look, you'll hurt the ones you
The
love
one to show
to make you cry.
Okay. Put you right in it.
You gotta watch it
I
now.
want to see that.
It's best you break yourself. Okay? It's best you do it to yourself.
That's right.
You don't want nobody to break you. You don't want God to break you. You
No,
don't want
no.
man to break you. You don't want God to put you in the hand of man to break you. That's how you work, man.
Yes.
You
Yes.
make
Yes.
something happen, no matter how invincible you think you are with your wicked
Serve a
self,
living God.
you will get broke. He'll let something fall on you. He'll let somebody put the thing and accuse you. You got 10 years now. It's just that easy, you know.
Yeah.
Man, how that happen? Who put you here? Who put you here? See, they don't know that. We gotta up and up. We know the answers and we playing.
Yes, we do.
We know the answers. We know the meaning of life.
Wisdom cried aloud.
Everybody's out here trying to find out the meaning of life, and we know it and playing. All the questions people are asking, we got the answers. We got the cheat code.
That's it. I got the cheat code.
He didn't have-
You got it, man.
He didn't have no comfort.
People don't want to hear this code. It's for you
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
in your house. It's for everybody. Everybody don't get code. That's why it's called a code.
They block.
Everybody is blocked.
That's right. They don't believe me.
Woe
Believe
to
what I
the
said.
world,
Not love.
them that dwell therein.
I thought it said
Thus
love.
saith the Lord God, my right hand shall not spare the sinners. Do you believe this? Change.
Love.
Swallow your pride and change.
Yeah.
Because God said, walk to the world of them that dwell therein. That's all of us, right? That's all of us, unless you're righteous. Love, love, that's gonna get you killed. That's Satan.
Word of love.
Listen, man.
God,
Listen,
the word
man.
of
Don't
love.
believe in what I said, man.
Listen, man.
Look to us.
You gotta stop following people.
Yeah.
Oh, what they say is love,
Okay.
but they know the heathen's version of love is that. Homosexuality, bestiality.
Love is my religion.
It ain't just man and woman. And then if it's man and woman, he's raping her.
Love is my religion.
Or he having sex with her on her menstrual cycle. Either way, the sex is corrupt.
Love is my religion.
Sex is corrupt.
Love is my
They
religion.
corrupted it. God made it a sacred thing, and he put rules to it. Virgins, marriage, you, away, count, and you stop bleeding.
Love is my religion.
That's love.
Heathen.
That's love.
Love is your religion. Heathen.
No, man, don't get caught up.
See, God is
Get
love.
caught up.
God is love.
Antiochus Epiphanes. In the time of the Apocrypha, as one.
Yeah. What they doing? What they doing now?
What you think he was campaigning? Love! They always use love.
One God.
They always use love. You gotta watch that.
Right.
All those lecturers and those deacons, they always lose love.
One love.
Okay? God said, he said, love my commandments.
I said, yeah.
He said, yo, he said, even love your wife. He ain't tell the wife, love your husband. He said, the love that I come to, but when he come to the love that he commanded,
Right.
was him.
That's right.
Commandments.
That's right. Don't put your wife over
Because when
God.
you do that, you ain't gonna put nobody over God.
Nobody.
You ain't gonna put nobody over
I
God.
need a case.
I'm not putting myself. Now, no. I ain't putting myself over God. Who are you? I ain't putting myself over God. Who are you?
Child.
I must be a chump.
Right.
I don't play like that.
That's
If
right.
I put myself on the line with God, you gonna do it too.
I show you.
Spirit to obey God, even though it don't want to. But naturally, it don't want to. Man. It's born with this crazy stuff, man. I wish I wasn't, man. But it is.
Right? We gotta work. That's right. We want
Gotta
to
make
work hard.
lemonade.
We gotta make that.
Gotta make
We
lemonade.
want some willing heart.
Touch you.
Thou shalt beat him with the rod
Yo,
and shalt deliver his soul from hell.
you beat your kid now, so you gotta have people. ACS. And when we come with officers.
Yeah.
Back in the days,
Right.
yo, a lot of them got beat up and chased because you, back in the days, now they call them police. That's why they call them police now. They call them squad. Because they know, look, that's a threat.
Yeah.
When they come in, oh man, they're gonna take my kids.
Yeah.
You know the feeling of these people taking your kids. So imagine then, when they snatch them, at least when they take your kids here, you got a chance to get them back and clean up your act.
Right.
Back then, you ain't seeing them no more.
Right.
You don't see your wife no more. Your wife don't see you no more. Your kids don't see they. Oh man, just imagine that, man. But now they don't want you to discipline the child. The man, look, as a man, I can't make a threat in my house. I can't because the law not being done. Somebody gonna call police. Law not being done. Somebody gonna call police. Okay? Less and less privileges, less and less options for us. That's why we need God even more.
That's what we do.
Because they put the women over us, they put the kids over us, they put the hormones over us, they put everybody over us, man. I can't check nobody, but you can check me though. Everybody can check me. Everybody can check the husband. Everybody can criticize. That's what's going on. Watch it, man. Do not let it turn tables in your house.
Period. I ain't a house.
Chief Shama said last week, he said, yo, man, you can't be a tyrant in your house. That was girl. They didn't have wife and kids like what we got today. We didn't have the type of man and woman that we have today. Certain things do not apply. That's in that book for people today. Don't do it, not even to an Israelite, so he gonna jam you. They don't go by these commandments, man. They don't go by these commandments, man. Watch it. Everything I'm saying is for you. How to guard yourself. And don't let yourself don't allow your buttons to get pushed. You know what that means? Don't let my buttons get pushed. My wrath. I wound up offended. I didn't mean it. Or I sinned.
Dishonor.
I dishonor.
That's right. Talk about it. Okay.
So that's why I'm known for letting a lot of things pass because I know what I got in me, and I don't want that monster coming out. Even if I feel justified, I'll let him stay there, and I'm just chill. And God sees that, and I'm doing that so I don't want to violate God or my mother or my father. I don't want to insult my brethren or my sisters, because that means a lot to me. Okay? Yeah, man. It means a lot to you. If everybody had the same love, everybody, we'd be on the page with life.
Giving us laws concerning every man's neighbor.
Man's neighbor. We already know what we got to do with God.
These laws for us.
Most of the rest of them is 613, man.
It's for us.
Your neighbor's landmark. If your neighbor comes and gives you goods of something to hold. A lot of stuff with your neighbor, it gets worse.
It's gonna get worse than
And
this.
now you're not serving God and you doing.
It's gonna get worse, man.
That's why God got upset. They went bad now. He said, the person was just serving other gods. That was the big problem. After a while, I said it got funky. He said by Jeremiah, Ezekiel time it got funky. He said the men start swapping wives. Swapping wives? We are not Greeks, man. Greeks, all those crazy sexual orgy acts, all of that is in worship of Greek idols. Kama Sutra, yoga, all that stuff is free fall. That's what it is. God don't like freak off. Don't freak off. There's 8. And the type of work that they did, you know what type of work they did? They did farm work, push-up, and their diet, and the spirit of God on them. They were no joke. It was no joke. Physically, they were in shape more than someone who's like, "What you doing, right?" Look, it goes into Greek worship because the church started where? Greece. What they doing? Look, there's a lot of things we're supposed to be into. Sports, right?
Talk about it.
Sports.
Talk about it.
Started in Greece.
Talk about it.
Boxing is the first one, first sport.
Talk about it.
Right? Just saying.
It's not correct.
Look,
Stepping on my so
change my entertainment.
playing food. Still ball,
Okay? But look, that stuff in the doing it so long, and with the desire, and by us recognizing and agreeing, yeah, this is wrong, it's gonna come a time when you go, yeah. After a while, for some reason now, your spirit,
I see my pop do that.
yeah,
Stop entertaining yourself.
yeah. That's how I go. But do you want it? How bad do you want it? Tell you.
My son, if thine heart be wise,
If you got wisdom in your heart, if you got any wisdom in your heart,
my heart shall rejoice, even mine.
You see that? If you got an inkling, he said, my son, if you got just a little bit of wisdom in your heart, I'm gonna rejoice. I'm gonna be happy, man. Because that little bit, that's gonna grow.
Bro,
You got it in you.
nigga ain't got
You got it in you now. Now we gotta exercise it and metastasize. So he said, I'm gonna be happy, boy, if you got some of that in your heart.
My reign shall rejoice.
My rain shall
When thy
rejoice.
lips speak right things.
When our lips speak right things.
Let thine heart envy
See, that's
sinners.
why sometimes see we get excited, we hype, little busting out sweats. I'll be getting goose pimples run down. Talk about God. It excites me. Other things used to excite me, Chief Shama. A lot of other things used to excite me that God did not like. He hated. And I loved it. But I love it no more.
Okay, me
I've
too.
been stopped doing it.
Me too.
But look, after a while, you don't want it no
Now you
more.
don't even want it. Now you can turn it
But
down.
the first thing you got to do is stop.
It's a
You're
fact.
still gonna like it.
It's a fact.
That's what God respect out of man. Damn, I got it in me. I got the herb, but look, I'm a whole. I'm a man. I'm a whole. I ain't no mouse. My daddy ain't made no mice. He made men that serve God. So I hold, stop myself. After a while, I ain't got to hold no more. It's out of me. I don't even like it. I condemn it and still like it. After a while, I condemn it and hate it. It's a process. You gotta start.
Facts.
You gotta start.
Facts.
Talk shit.
Let thine heart envy sinners. But be thou in the fear of the Lord all the day long.
Look, this is very important for my young men. Do not look at them out there. They got cars.
Get discouraged.
They got this.
Yeah.
They got all that.
They got
Because
to fear
look,
that God hates.
Look.
They had that
Let
God
me tell y'all
hates.
something right now. That's their portion. It's not yours. That's why God said, don't look at them and be envious. Oh, well, yo, man, all right, that's cool. All right, cool. You don't want that for yourself.
That's right. It's a normal life.
You don't want that for yourself because it's things that come with that. And that's how they die.
That's this normal life.
The lot that God has given them now that they're having fun in, that is going to cause them to be dead.
Right.
That takes them out
That's
of
their
here.
portion. That
That's
takes them out
their
of it.
portion, but their
That's right.
portion is a
Takes
deadly
them out.
portion.
That's right.
Their portion leads them to the pit.
That's right.
The pit. Hell.
That's right.
You ain't got to believe it. David spoke about it.
It's a fact.
I believe it.
I believe it.
99.99% of the world.
David spoke about it more than one time. Jeremiah spoke it more than one time.
Manasseh.
Boy,
He
Manasseh.
said, do not condemn
me
to the lower parts.
Oh.
And we all gotta die. So what is he talking about?
That ain't 6 feet. Lower parts of the earth is not 6 feet deep. That's where your body at. Your body goes 6 feet deep, that spirit go way deeper. Way to somewhere where it's bottomless. The pit is bottomless.
Yes, it's never full.
The pit is bottomless.
It's never full.
And on your way there, you're gonna see, if you read, on your way there, you're gonna see some things that you read about. But you don't want to see that. That means you there.
Yeah. Hey, bro.
There's angels bound down there. All them angels, where you think God got them at?
All them niggas.
Where you think he got them at?
Running that spot.
Your mother, man.
Hey, I'm listening. Hey.
They serve God, and on top of that, your parents serve God. It ain't like they heathens. You ain't got no excuse.
Hey, I got you.
If it wasn't for them, you wouldn't know the Most High. You wouldn't be sitting here.
Okay.
We wouldn't be sitting here.
Hey.
My father ain't meet my mother and teach her about God, and teach us about God.
Right.
This is a privilege, man. It's an honor, and it's being taken lightly. And as time goes on, I'm getting offended by it. It's getting to the point where I'm getting offended by it. I'm getting offended by it. I never used to get offended before. But I feel like I get away now when I see you do something.
Right. I got you.
And then you tell me.
For surely there is an end, and thine expectation shall not be cut off.
Whoa. Let not thine heart envy sinners, but be thou in the fear of the Lord all day long. Do not forget your fear for God. Mm-hmm. For surely there is an end. For surely there is an end, and thine expectation shall not be cut off.
What you expect.
This end is not the death of the flesh. Okay? He said, surely there is an end. Okay? Taushi.
Hear thou, my son.
Now, for the righteous, your expectation shall not be cut off. See, when you say your expectation shall not be cut off, that's for the righteous. Right?
That hope. That hope in his mercy.
That hope in mercy, because you already know the deal when you die. You know what to expect when you die. You, right? Right?
Grant our portion
in our law and grant us remission. Okay? So that means your expectation shall proceed. Your story goes on after you die. If you die righteous. If you die wicked, your expectation shall be cut off.
That's right.
Your hope shall be cut off.
That's right.
Your aspirations will be cut. Your thoughts, everything.
Hear thou, my son, and guide thine heart in the way.
Listen, hearken, my son. If you listen, then that means you're wise. Time sheet.
Be not among wine bibbers, among righteous eaters.
Wine bibbers. Not amongst wine bibbers. You got people, I drink too. Okay? But you don't see me outside on the corner with a bottle in my hand all day. That's a wine bibber. You don't do nothing but drink.
Every day, all day.
Nothing. There are people like that, you know.
Right.
There are people like that. The only time you see them walking is to the liquor store.
They sweat and you smell it.
Look, if they're not drinking, they're shaking. They got the shakes. Those are wine bibblers. People like that you don't want to be around.
Wakes up, first
They're
thing
drunk all day. So they don't serve God and they're drunk all day. You don't want to be around people like that.
Breakfast.
Okay? He said, be not amongst wine bibbers. He said, and among riotous eaters of flesh. I looked up that word riotous. Riotous. And you know what that means? It means riotous. Meaning, do not be amongst insignificant eaters of flesh.
Gotcha.
They eat flesh,
Right.
right? But there's stipulations to it.
Right.
But this here is something that's wait a minute. I didn't look this up. Remember? That's what it is. Insignificant means someone who God don't that eat blood. That's what it means. You're around somebody who God don't care about that eat blood.
Stay away from the heathens. That's
Right.
It said, look. He said, for the drunkard and the glutton shall come to poverty, and the drowsiness of a man with rage. He said, hearken unto thy father. That's it right there. Read that last one we done.
hearken unto thy father that begot
He begot you. He begot you. You came from him. It was one time you was swimming.
Right.
There's a whole bunch of you like this.
That made it.
The only reason why you got here is because there's a race that goes on. Y'all don't even know. There's a race that goes on when a man's seed coming forth. That's why you owe. That's why you owe. You didn't know nothing but the race. Run. That's all you knew. The first thing you ever did when you came out your daddy was run. And then get what? Ovulate. And get fertilized. Get formed. All of that is what you call formed by God's hand. Then you come out. Then you goo gaga. Right? Then you get older. You start wondering, hey, how was it? After a while, as you get older, you and your father or your mother relationship gets apart. The older you get, the more there's a split. Y'all don't notice that with kids? Y'all don't notice that? And if you are a kid and you're doing it, you better behoove yourself because you're still a kid. You're still a kid. You're still their baby. I look at my sons. My sons, some of them taller than me, and they still babies me. I look at them and be like, man, I remember, right or wrong. We all do that, right or wrong. You do it now. They're not even adults yet. You say you remember them with fathers and mothers. Yo, man, hey, give it up. Because you gonna want it. And if you don't give it up, guess what God does? He makes those same ones turn against you. And because you're so dropped on them, you give it up. Because of you. See what you started? And it don't finish. It go down the line. That's stop. That's not that. They tired of mama when she get old. When she get mad. When she get a little fussy.
Right.
She never was like this before.
Right.
But you know, our parents get a certain way when they get old. You don't have to tolerate that. You gonna have to tolerate that. Let me tell you something. When you get to a certain age, you get a little bitter. I can tell you that right there. I've been through a lot. You get a little bitter.
The older I get,
Sometimes it don't be you. Sometimes we put ourselves in the line of that pride.
perfect example.
Shalom alaikum. Learned that the hard way.
Not about something else.
Yep.
Taking it out.
Right.